Y'all already know. Gordon, how... We're gonna go ahead and move on. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys.
What the hell was that?
What's up, man? Hey, how old are you?
Hey man, how are you?
I'm doing all right. How old are you?
I'm 27.
27. Are you voting for Dipey Don?
No, I'm not voting because I don't live in the...
Well, sounds good. We are just looking to talk to people who are voting for Dipey Don. I do appreciate you for coming up, though. All right, moving on to our next guest. Y'all already know. Also, the older millennial said some crazy shit to me last night. Y'all want to hear about it? What's going on, Insomniac? How old are you?
Nigger.
Fuck. It's always the kids without any of their socials in their bio. God. Moving on to our next guest here. Yeah, so last night, the OM said that he wanted to grape me. If he was gay, that he would want to grape me. Anyways, what's going on, Christy? How old are you?
I am 53.
You are 53. Are you voting for Trump?
No.
No, you're not. All right. Well, I appreciate you for coming up. Just to clarify once again for everyone in the live right now, we are just looking to debate some Trump supporters. So if you're in the queue, make sure you're voting for Trump. Yeah. He said I'd be a target if he was attracted to men because of how pretty I am. That's what he said verbatim. Bob, what's up? How old are you?
51.
51. Are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely. This time.
Why so?
I just think that where we're headed to as a country now, I just think Trump will be a better leader.
Okay, why so? And Cam, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for that love, Cam.
Now, for me, it's a personal choice this time. I'm not voting for like the collective or anything like that. I'm just voting that I think Trump, as an African-American male, would promote generational wealth, make it easier for me to build that.
Yeah, so how would Trump make it easier for you to make money?
Okay, good question. I think that, he did select the current Fed chair, which is Jerome Powell, which is a fair argument. But I think that he's going to replace, as soon as Jerome Powell turns in, he'd replace him. And I think, as far as where I have my money invested, it's all about momentum and also with that momentum and volatility. So I think Trump, creates that because for him, the stock market is a scorecard. Now, is it at the highest that it's ever been?
So, I'm just to clarify here. So I'm asking you a very fair question. Would you say that Trump made the economy worse?
No. I just told you I don't like to get into like a policy legislation questions because I think they pass legislation based on what's better for their base. I just think like going forward for me personally, I think that he would be a better president for me to build generational wealth. Like I know, but
I'm literally asking you why, and you're not giving me any reason. So how what particular policy would you expect Trump to pass?
There you go with the policy question. I told you. See, there you go with the policy question, right? So how do you think that presidents like influence our life? They influence it through bills and executive order. Exactly.
Hey, real quick. So can you name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed during his first term that benefited the middle class more so than the top 1%?
The vaccinations. The work that he did with the vaccinations and getting improved because the vaccinations
I'm economically speaking.
Well, that led to us getting back to work, right?
That led to us getting back to work?
Right, the vaccination. Forming herd immunity so we come out and don't do the social distancing. So that sped up the economy. Is that a fair argument?
I mean that's one of like Operation Warp Speed is one of the is one of his policies that I actually did like. However, we saw it highly contested like within the right insofar as individuals getting vaccinations. I feel like we saw this message perpetuated by Trump as well as his administrative team, his cabinet, holding to positions such as the idea that Dr. Fauci is a liar, he's so bad, and the whole message perpetuated on the right that you shouldn't get the vaccine. But economically speaking, can you name like a policy economically speaking apart from Operation Warp Speed, because that wasn't something that he should have done. That's something that he needed to do.
See,
can you name another policy of his?
So you want me to name another one, right?
1%.
So I told you. Let me explain something to you, and I want you to explain this to me. It's not about what he did from 2016 to 2020. It's what he's going to do in 2024. And it's very simple, just very simple. He uses the stock market as basically a report card on his presidency more so than Biden, even though traditionally.
Wait,
the
how do you
stock
know?
market-
So, well, yeah, how do you particularly like? How do you know that Trump is going to make the stock market better?
So it's not about how you know. It's about momentum. I don't need to know. No president makes the stock market better. I need to
Okay,
go
well,
on
if
momentum.
you're particularly voting for him because you would expect the stock market to be better under him, however, you can't name how he'd particularly make the stock
Not
market
necessarily
better.
better.
You just sound like bullshit. I mean,
No,
this
no,
is
not
just
necessarily.
gibberish.
Not necessarily better. More of a momentum.
Oh,
I
how do you
look
know
for.
that Trump
I'm
is
a
going to
momentum
ask
trader.
more momentum into the stock market?
Because do you know what momentum and volatility works in the stock market? You know that the stock market can't just perpetually go up, right?
I know what volatility is. I don't know what you're
Right.
referencing with the word.
So you know it needs to come down and go up, right?
So the stock market, it doesn't need to come down and go up. It just simply does come down and go up.
Exactly. So for me, I want a president. I want you to understand this. I want a president that basically uses the stock market as a scorecard, as not as concerned about.
What do you even
the
mean by
social
this? What do you mean that he uses the stock market as a scorecard? That makes no sense.
Why doesn't that make sense to you?
Because I have no clue what you're saying. Like, what are you saying? He
So
uses the stock market as a scorecard?
So let me ask you a question.
What
How
does
do we
that
judge?
mean?
How do we judge that Biden is doing a good job? Because you said policies, right?
How do we judge if
Is that
Biden
fair?
is doing a good job? We're
Right. You said
judging the-
policies and the legislation he's passed.
So
right?
typically when we're reflecting upon like a president and if we should vote them into the Oval Office, we're going to be looking at policy and character. But don't pivot around my question. You
I'm
said
not
that you're
pivoting
voting.
around
No,
your
no, no, no,
question.
no. You said you're voting for Trump because he uses the stock market as a
No, I'm voting for
scorecard.
Trump
No,
because he's
one
going to
second.
help me generational
Bob,
wealth.
stop, bro.
Generational wealth.
Stop. I asked you how he's going to help you build generational wealth, and you said it's because he uses the stock market as a scorecard.
And he's
That
going to pick a
sentence-
different Fed chair.
Hey, Bob, that sentence makes no sense.
And he's going to
Explain
pick
to
a
me what you
different
mean by
Fed
that.
chair. You understand that? He's going to pick a different Fed chair.
Okay, so now you're pivoting off to another point. We have
But what
to,
does the
we have
Fed
to
chair
touch on.
going to do?
We
It's
have,
affect
we
the
have.
stock market.
Okay, Bob, we have to speak on one point at a time. Stop being absolutely fucking insufferable and answer my question. You said one of the reasons you are voting for Trump is because he quote unquote uses the stock market as a scorecard. What the fuck does that mean?
Can I talk now?
You could explain to me what that means. I've been asking you this for the last 5 minutes.
So he's going to pick a Fed chair. The Fed chair is going to affect the stock market. And that's what he uses to judge his presidency. And that benefits me in the building of generational wealth. Just like if I was picking a presidency that I believe in abortion.
Okay,
so I
so let's
believe
talk
in
about the
abortion.
Fed chair. Let's talk.
So I will pick
okay,
a Democratic
okay,
Republic, a Democratic president.
Okay, so we're talking about the Fed chair. Okay, so how specifically do you know that Trump is going to replace Jerome Powell, and how do you how do you specifically know that he's going to replace him with someone that will do a better job for the stock market?
So Jerome Powell is very data dependent. He's one of the most data dependent Fed chairs we ever had in life. But by the time the data gets to him, then we've already in real life, we're being affected by inflation in real time. So what Jerome Powell likes to do is just wait on the data when we basically lost all of our jobs and had hit hyperinflation and the price of goods are sky high. So I believe right now, hypothetically speaking, if we had a different Fed chair, the rates have been cut a long time ago. So I believe replacing him with a different Fed chair benefits me in building generational wealth.
Okay, so when
It's
we're
just-
particularly referencing the Fed chair, so it is the case that like Jerome Powell didn't cause inflation, right? The inflation that we saw was global response from the pandemic, right? If you would have went northeast, southwest in 2021, 2022, you would have ran into the same inflation, right? But it's also the case simultaneously that the U.S. had one of the quickest rebounds from said global inflation.
I don't think that the Fed chair should have knocked down the rates as low and more.
Also,
a lot of
just to
times
point out,
because of-
just to point out that top members of Mr. Trump's team has said that he will not attempt to replace Jerome Powell. If you want a
Oh,
particular
he's going to
source from
replace
this,
Jerome Powell.
no. So top members of his team have said that he won't.
That's not even up for debate. He's going to replace him. But I'm going to go ahead.
Okay, can you give me a source that can you give me a source that would indicate that he would replace Jerome Powell? Because I
I'll
could
put it
give
to
you
you
one
like
right
this.
now that's saying that the top members of his team are saying that he won't even attempt to do so.
as a human being, can I say I think statistically he will replace him? Is that fair?
No, it's not fair because we're talking about facts, not feelings. I have a source here. This is particularly coming from PBS News. I could give you the link if you want. That goes over members of Trump's old cabinet and current members of his team that have came out and said that he's not even going to attempt to replace Jerome Powell. But we've even went over Jerome Powell and how it is the case that he didn't impact inflation rates insofar as it being a result of the pandemic. In fact, that was global, and the U.S. had one of the quickest rebounds from it. So, can you give me a source that would indicate that Trump would replace Jerome Powell?
You want me to actually Google a source that would say that he would replace it? I don't have to Google it. That's what he's going to do. He said that. Now you want the source
So
for what he said,
can
right?
you give me a yeah? So I have a quote here from
You
Donald
guys,
Trump.
you guys are so
I have a quote. I have a
about
quote here.
sources.
I have a quote
He's not
here
going
from.
to keep Jerome Powell if he wins. That'd be ludicrous. Why would he keep the guy that he has nothing? He doesn't even agree with him. He wants to get rid
Okay,
of.
so Bob, give me a source that indicates he will change at the Fed chair. I'm going to kick you and move on to the next guest because I've
Okay,
given you a
just
source
move
that
on.
indicates.
I
from
enjoy
members
your
of his
live,
team.
but go ahead and kick me off. I enjoy your live though.
All right, let me know when you're ready to speak about fact and you're willing to get out of your feelings. No source from no source from Bob. Womp womp. What's up? How old are you?
18,
What year were you born in?
2006.
Okay, yeah. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
Let's see. First of all, he's one of the only presidents that has ever kept the world at peace.
Okay, so under his presidency, we saw that the U.S. had pulled out of Kurdistan, leading to the Turkish-Kurdish War. We saw a 450% increase in drone strikes in the Middle East, and we saw
All right, but
Syria
let's
proxy wars with Russia and Syria and Yemen.
Let's also see.
So how do you call that world
Russia,
peace?
Hold up. China, Russia, North Korea all wanted to fight us, right? He went to each one of those presidents and was like, y'all come at us, and we will have a problem. What did they say? They said, okay. They did not do shit.
Hey, when has North Korea done shit to us since the Korean War?
Oh, they've been planning on it.
Yeah, they've been claiming they claimed it under Trump's presidency, they claimed it under Obama's, and now they're claiming it under Biden.
Trump literally went to him and was like, you do this shit, we coming after you. And he was like, okay.
So Diesel, they didn't do
everybody's
anything.
scared.
They didn't do anything
They're
under
scared.
Trump's presidency.
They're scared of Trump.
Okay, they're scared of the world's largest fucking military.
No,
It doesn't
they're scared
matter
of
if Trump's in the Oval Office or Biden's in the Oval Office. North Korea will never do shit to the United States of America.
Yeah, all right, but has any other president ever went to those countries and been like, you do something, we're coming after you? No,
Why do you think Trump went to North Korea?
because he's not scared.
What deal was he trying to broker with Kim Jong-un?
He's trying to keep the world at peace and trying to make USA.
Okay,
The
so just to
biggest
kind of fill you in on what occurred, he went to North Korea to attempt to reach a denuclearization agreement with North Korea. It utterly fucking failed. Okay.
Nope.
So
Nope.
did they reach a denuclearization agreement?
Did North Korea try to bomb us? No.
1 second. I'm so sorry. Use your fucking brain. Trump
I
went
am
to
using my
North
brain.
Korea to sign a denuclearization agreement with North Korea, and he left without a denuclearization agreement with North
And
Korea.
North Korea.
Did Trump fail to reach a denuclearization agreement with North Korea?
Yes and no.
Okay, so you're saying he didn't fail to reach the denuclearization agreement with North Korea. Can you show me
Yes
the
and no.
denuclearization agreement with North Korea?
But we can also see that. North
No,
Korea
answer my
didn't do shit.
question.
We can also. I am answering your question by saying North Korea didn't do shit.
What has North Korea done to Biden?
They haven't done shit.
Okay,
'Cause
so
they're
they're
scared
scared of Biden too?
Dude literally didn't do shit. Because why
What the
would?
fuck are you saying? So just
What
to
the fuck are you
clarify,
saying? You sound retarded.
okay, hey, yeah, slurring on my life. How many continents are there?
7.
Name them.
Name them. Oh, you think I'm retarded? Okay.
It's another slur, bro. Get the fuck out of here. I apologize for his use of slurs. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest. Yeah, dude, it's the dumbest fucking little white boys that come up here, don't know shit and slur. I apologize. What's up, Barry? How old are you? All right. DLNAZ actually says something really profound in the comment section. They say that that is MAGA's way of running. Yes, that is. That's the script. They come up here, they can't defend their position, they
Yo.
slur, and they get kicked.
Sorry,
What's up,
it's my
Bryce? How old
dog.
are you?
Yo, I'm 18.
Well, you're okay. Yo, quit the yapping. Can you mute the dog?
I'm smoking your deads. I'm smoking.
We're gonna go to move on to our next guest. I do apologize for that, y'all. Everyone, just give us a moment for the 1.1 thousand people in here. Make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen, sharing out that live. What's going on, Jake? How old are you?
I'm 20.
You're 20. Are you voting for Trump?
I voted for Kanye, the real one.
All right, moving on to our next guest here, y'all. If we are in the guest request specifically, make sure that we are voting for Trump. We are just looking for some debates right now. We don't have that many guest requests right now, so yeah, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen and sharing out that live. What are you, a newscaster?
I am. Good afternoon. How are you?
What the hell's going on? Good afternoon. Hey, are you voting for Trump?
Actually, as a reporter and a journalist, I've always been taught to be objective. So I have to look at things from both sides right now.
Okay. Are you voting for Trump?
Probably, because there's a reason, though. If I do, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi yesterday got together with President Biden, and she was even trying to get him to reconsider. That was a big thing.
Yeah. So I think a lot of the people on the left have been trying to get Biden to reconsider his nomination for the presidential election. I agree. I'd like him to step down. I don't think he's a good candidate. But at the end of the day, I'm going to vote for the old man with a good policy over the proven rapist, the proven felon, and the election denier. Like, let me ask you a quick question. Do you think that violent offenders should be able to buy guns?
Absolutely not.
Is grape a violent offense?
Yes.
So just to clarify, Trump, who's held civilly liable for grape, shouldn't be able to buy a gun, but he should be able to sit in the Oval Office with access to the nuclear codes.
I don't agree with that, but I agree with you. However, you know what? I feel bad for Biden right now. He's a little bit older, and you're right. He should step down. But who would be the next person in line for that? Would it be Kamala? And if it were Kamala, would she be? Could she beat Trump? Excuse me. I apologize.
I don't think Kamala could beat Trump. That's not what the polls show. I think that Biden is the only feasible individual who has a chance, and that's why he's staying in the race. But like it is the case, I would like you to go ahead and respond to my last little question there.
Oh, sure.
Right?
Please.
So you're saying, right? You're saying right now that violent offenders shouldn't be able to own guns, but they should be able to sit in the Oval Office with access to the nuclear codes.
No, I agree with
So
you.
they shouldn't be able to sit in the Oval Office with access to the nuclear codes. So in other words, you don't think that Trump should be able to run for president?
I really don't. I honestly, on that side, you're right.
Okay, so Trump shouldn't be able to run for president, but you should vote for him?
Well, right now, if I wish there was another choice, honestly.
You do. It's Biden.
Yeah. But unfortunately, we both just agreed that Biden should step down. Excuse me.
Yeah, but the thing is I'd say Biden should step down because, he's bad polling numbers, not because he's not a better nominee than Trump.
And I asked a couple of people in the newsroom, especially our political reporters, and they're pretty much on the mark, especially Mike Flannery and Carol Maureen, two of the top news anchors here. And I'm talking top. They've always got it right on the mark.
And then also, I just want to point out, like, Trump should step down too. Like, the left calling for Biden to step down because he didn't look that good in the debate or has bad polling numbers, right, doesn't fail in comparison to the hypocrisy experienced by the right. See, like, the difference here is Biden's not dangerous. He's just a bit old. Trump, he's dangerous. He poses a threat to our democracy. He's been held civilly liable for rape, convicted criminally on 34 felonies, right? He conspired an American shift in interests such as intellect, critical thought, or well-reasoned foundational beliefs to fringe conspiracy theory and tinfoil hat syndrome. He passed no legislation that benefited the middle class more so than the top 1%. And I don't expect this man with a track record that he has in the context of disrespect and violence towards women to be able to effectively legislate for women and girls, half of our population,
That-
sitting in the Oval Office.
That I agree with you on. By the way, it's really nice to see President Biden, though, back on the campaign trail in Detroit. He talked about Project 2025 and hit President Trump, or former President Trump with that.
Wait, I'm so sorry. Repeat yourself.
Oh, I just said it was nice to see President Biden back on the campaign trail, though, in December, in Detroit, as he talked about the Project 2025, and he hit former President Trump with it pretty hard.
Yeah, as we all should. Project
Yeah.
2025 is Trump's baby, right? He denies it, but that's the fact. You should have seen the leak from the self-proclaimed the GAY furry hackers, I believe they call themselves. You should have seen the leaks from them. Yeah, we heard from the one of the owners of the Heritage Foundation that they admitted to Trump lying on Truth Social about hiding the fact that he does indeed know about Project 2025. But anyways, so why specifically are you voting for Trump over Biden here?
It's not official yet, so I was leaning toward that, but you know what? Right now, I'm just kind of 50-50 right now.
Okay, yeah, that's fair, man. Well, hey, I
Yeah.
appreciate you for coming up.
But real quick, there's one little item. I don't know if you heard this. This just came over the wire, and I mean just. So you might have heard it, you might not. Facebook is lifting restrictions on former President Trump and giving him equal footing with President Biden on that site.
Oh, yeah. I
don't know.
heard about
That's
that.
literally when I say over the wire, I'm reading as it coming over now.
Yeah, I think the way to make sure that Trump doesn't get into the Oval Office isn't by suppressing his speech on these public platforms, but it's rather by I guess incentivizing people to engage in critical thought. Yeah, I appreciate you for coming up.
Thank you, Gene. You have a very good afternoon.
You as well. All right, we're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. If we are in the guest request specifically, make sure that we are voting for Trump. We're going to move on to our next guest, everyone. Tess, I appreciate you for the lightning bolt. We may have to hit a little bit of a restart on the stream here. What's up, Josh? How old are you? All right, Josh is not loading in. All right, for the 1.1 thousand people in here, we're going to go ahead and try a restart on the stream. We're on one of our backup accounts today, and we're down to 1.1. So everyone just click on the profile picture. Make sure to come right back, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see you all in 10 seconds. Yo, welcome back in. What's going on? Can't Stop. What's up, Maddie? What's up, Sarah? What's going on, Jack and Smitten and Effie? What's up, Val? Welcome back into the live here, guys. What's up, Ciano and Sarah and 2X and the right one and period, Allman, Dino, Vivian. Welcome back in, ladies and gentlemen. It is so good to see you all. For everybody tuning back into the stream, I do apologize for the restart. We just had to get it out of the way, y'all. But we're back now. So, guys, if we're just coming back in here, please help me out by double tap it on that phone screen, sharing that live, spamming that comment section. Y'all already know. Let's do anything and everything in our power to get this live out and across that For You page. And without any further ado, we're going to go ahead and pull up my. So let's go ahead and do that now. There we go. And now we're going to go and pull up our first individual from the queue. Guys, if we're in the guest request, make sure that we are voting for Trump. We are just looking for some debates with some Trump supporters. So we're going to go ahead and see what our first guest of the night has to say, ladies and gentlemen. All right. All right. Panda's not loading in. We're going to go to move on to our next guest, DJ King. Everyone just give us a moment to get our first guest of the night up in here, y'all. For the 400 of y'all that are tuning back in, I appreciate y'all for being here. What's up, DJ King? How old are you?
How you doing, man? I'm 18.
You're 18. Are you voting for Dipey Don?
Yeah, you know what? I'm a little 50. No, I'm not 50-50. I'm about 70-30. I'd rather
Devin,
not
I
have a
appreciate
guy
you
in
for the
office
$5.
that,
Thank you so much for the love, Devin. W. Devin's in the chat. Go ahead.
I'd rather not have someone in office who has a greater chance of dying than he does running this country for the next 4 years.
Okay, so you'd rather be obviously hyperbolic and ridiculous and say that you're going to take the rapist and the felon over the guy that shows his age a little bit more?
Yeah, a little bit, if that's how you want to put it, sure.
Yeah, you know how I want to put it. It's just absolutely ridiculous that you and the other MAGA cultists. Ian, I appreciate you for the raid. I appreciate you so much. Let's get some W's in the chat. Thank you so much for the raid, Ian. So just to clarify, you're going to take, just personally, I'm going to take the old man over the grapist. How do you feel about that?
The grapist?
Yes.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about Trump. He was held civilly liable for the rape of Eugene Carroll, sir.
Oh, you're talking about rape. My
Oh,
bad.
I'm talking. You got to add a G on there, so it's TikTok
Okay.
safe language.
Yeah,
But
my
just to
bad.
clarify,
I
I'll
didn't
take
know
the
that.
I'll take
That's
the old
still
man.
kinda funny.
I'll take the old man with the good policy over the old man that was held civilly liable of rape.
The old man that's mentally fucking losing it.
So I understand, like, when we're referencing Biden and you say that he's incoherent at points, like I already said, I agree with you, but at least he's not dangerous.
Dude, we're not picking between the better of two evils right now. We're deciding the future of this country by choosing someone who is so mentally messed up and I don't believe has any coherent features at all, let
so
alone language
Biden's never
at all.
coherent.
The
Wait,
dude can't speak.
wait,
The dude
wait.
can't
But
think.
yet every time Trump speaks, he lies. Biden's never
What the hell
coherent
are you
and Trump's
talking about?
never honest.
Dude, since Biden's been in office, he's let so many Mexicans come across that border. We've lost so many American lives to just random ass aliens that just cross it because they think they're getting a better future here. They are ruining the work system down in the South.
Okay, first of all, Mexicans is crazy. Second of all, do you think that we currently have a crisis at the southern border?
If you don't, you have some mental issues yourself.
Okay, do you think that we ever had a crisis at the southern border under Trump's presidency?
Yeah, we did.
Okay, so if we had a crisis at the border under Trump's presidency as well as Biden's presidency, well, then why would you be saying that you're going to vote for Trump over Biden for this? I mean, like after Biden's executive
What's the
orders. One
difference
second,
when
DJ,
Biden-
I'm still speaking. Shut up.
Yeah, my bad.
Right. So, like right now, after Biden's executive orders, insofar as the border goes, we have the same amount of crossings per day as we did under Trump's term in January of 2021. And then something else I wanted to touch on here. You're saying that these undocumented migrants are coming across the border and just killing Americans. They're so violent and they pose such a threat to everyone. First of all, that's just bullshit. You're statistically speaking 4 times more likely to commit a violent crime than an undocumented migrant. But even if it was to be true, does this tell us that Trump values, right, the Democratic Party looking bad over like the safety of American lives? Because it is the case that Biden tried to pass 2 border bills through Congress. Trump called up the Republicans, both the House and the Senate, told them to vote against it, so they ultimately failed. Then he even said, blame it on me. So instead of letting them pass the legislation to make Americans safer, according to you, he wanted the Democrats to look bad.
Okay. All right. Circle back real quick. When you had said, what's going to be the difference between now and when Trump was in office, you said it was just as bad with the Southern policy, right?
No, that's actually like not what I said. So what I particularly said is that we have the same amount of daily crossings now after Biden's executive orders as we did in January 2021. And it's also the case that Trump blocked border bills going through Congress. So if it is the case that the undocumented migrants are so violent and kill everyone, well, then would you say that Trump valued the Democrat Party looking bad over stopping the violent killers from crossing our southern border?
If you think Trump cares more about making the other side look bad, you're more messed up in the head than Biden is.
Well, then why did he block the border bills through Congress? He legitimately said that he didn't want the Democratic Party to look good, and he even said to blame it on him. This was all public at one of his rallies. He said this.
All right. I got it. I got an answer, but it's gotta be at the start of this. Now, when back in 2021 you were referencing, right? So back in 2021, who had the House?
Who had the House? I'm not sure of who had the House in 2021. But
It was
I know,
the Democrats.
Okay, I know it's the case that, Trump even came out and said that he didn't need Congress's approval to pass border legislation, and you could do it all through executive order.
But if he did everything through executive order, do you know how that makes him look, right? CNN's going to start rattling off things. Oh, he put another executive order through. He's not letting anyone cross. All these families are getting separated. You know how that looks for him, right? It's a lose-lose situation. If he has the House, if he has the Oval Office, he doesn't need any of that other shit.
Okay, I don't understand what you're referring to here. You didn't really respond to the meat on the bone. You're just explaining why we had a crisis under Trump. More so, what I'm touching on here is the fact. Well, do you think that Trump values the Democrats looking bad over the safety of American lives for the reason that he blocked the 2 border bills through the Congress? Through the Congress to quote unquote make the Democrats look good, and then even he said quote unquote to blame it on him because he was the one calling the Republicans in the House and the Senate more so than like the lives of innocent Americans. Because according to your own position, religion, right, your own worldview, you said that the undocumented migrants are so violent and so violent and kill everyone. So Trump would rather allow them to come in by blocking the border bill through Congress than allowing the Democrats to look good.
I think Trump values getting Biden out of that office more so than anything. I think he's more scared of what Biden
do you
will
see? Do you see do you see the double standards, the hypocrisy, and the contradictions within your worldview? See, it's not the case that you can uphold that the undocumented migrants are so violent and pose such a threat to us all, and uphold that we should blame the border bill failing on Trump like Trump told you to. Because when you do both of those two things, well, then all of a sudden, the reason, right, these incredibly violent people are being let into the country is because of Trump, because he was the one that shot down the border bills for political power, okay? But then also here, that's all a lie. That's a L-I-E, fucking lie. And I'll tell you how. Because it is the case that undocumented migrants are 4 times less likely to commit violent crimes than natural.
Where the hell are you getting
US
that
citizens.
statistic?
This is coming from the violent crime rates from the FBI.
Really? You're not just shitting this out of your ass.
No. Wait, but then again, hey, do you accept Trump's criminal convictions?
I do accept that it was in a really shitty state.
Yeah, but do you think
Kill it anywhere else?
But do you think that he did commit those crimes? Do you think it was like a reliable conviction?
Did I think he committed those crimes? No, I don't.
Okay, so you think that
regardless of him doing it, that does not publicity.
Okay, so you think that the criminal justice system is unreliable when we're talking about Trump. So then how do you know that it's reliable specifically to when we're referencing like murder convictions for undocumented migrants?
What? I'm talking about it as in like he's a very big political figure for one side. If the Democrats can do anything they can to get him out of the race, which is what they're trying to do right now, and why he was convicted in New York, that is exactly what I'm referencing. If you're talking about some, I don't know, family that crossed the border and maybe their father couldn't find work, so he was driving around in a car that he didn't have a license for or an ID, then he tried voting. Yeah, I think there's a pretty big damn difference between a president and a family, if you want to talk about crime statistics.
Yeah, but you're basically saying that the criminal justice system is unreliable, the DOJ is corrupt, so how do you specifically know it's
No, what I'm saying is the president is a big difference.
Oh, it's a
I'm
big
saying the
difference. So what's the
president has a
particular
pretty
difference?
big statistical difference between a normal-ass family crossing the border than an actual president from an opposing side. And you said it yourself with this Facebook situation.
All that I'm hearing right now, like you want to know what I hear right now, okay? Is I hear you applying immunity to Trump. You are so deep in these fringe conspiracy theories. The tinfoil hat syndrome is so strong within you that you're essentially saying, no matter what Trump does, no matter what jury convicts him, no matter the circumstances, he's an innocent man because it's the Democrats at the end of the day. But you will never have any evidence for this. It is a fringe conspiracy theory, sir. Give me absolutely any reason that I should believe that in either Trump's civil case or Trump's criminal case that this was nothing more than the Democrats unfairly persecuting a political opponent, sir. Give me any reason, any substance, any fact to substantiate this delusion. I'll mute that mic, Pooks.
Hello?
Hi, you have the mic, sir. The spotlight's on you.
I'm trying to talk. Hold on, my internet's shit. All right.
I don't see no
got
red
a question
bars.
for you, just completely out of the blue.
Hey,
right.
why are you
Completely
asking me
out
a
of the blue
question?
for you here.
I just asked you a question. I just gave you the mic. I just put the spotlight on you. I asked you a question. I expect an answer. Are you pivoting?
What the hell are you saying? I'm asking you, if a jury finds Trump's appeal, when he does do it in November, to be not guilty, will you accept that?
On what grounds does he have to appeal? I don't think he has any grounds to appeal on.
For starters, he could get a mistrial.
How so?
Considering one of the jurors texted her cousin saying that Trump was found guilty
Yeah, that's
before
a
any
lie.
of it was revealed. That was a lie, huh?
Yeah, so basically what happened is there's a parody troll account on Twitter that made that. It was fake.
Wow. Was it really?
Yes, you could go to their own Twitter and see this, but you wouldn't know that because the facts don't concern you.
The facts don't concern me. No, I just read that. All right, sorry. Yeah, circle back. What was the question you asked me again?
Yeah, so
I
could you
didn't
give
hear
me any
any of
reason
that.
could you give me any reason to believe that either Trump's civil liability claim upheld that he's a rapist, or, his convictions in the criminal court for the 34 felonies is nothing more than the Democrats persecuting a political opponent?
What I think is it's an exaggerated case of bullshit.
Yeah, I'm asking you for any evidence of this.
Any evidence of it? He's a political fucking figure. Ask anyone. Any
yeah,
Democrat
he's
ever can find any kind of dirt on him at all, completely agitate it, get it to grow, and then go on to court and then convict him of that.
Yeah, but I'm asking you for evidence
you don't-
that it was the Democrats unfairly persecuting a political opponent in
I'm not
comparison
saying it
to
was the
just committing
Democrats.
these
It could be
crimes.
anyone. Anyone who has a personal vendetta against him. For instance, it could
Yeah,
be
but
a
see, that's like
Democrat. It could not.
that's a fringe conspiracy theory. You're gonna have to give me evidence that this is actually what occurred.
I have to give you evidence.
Did you think that
Well,
like
everything
political
I'm saying
figures
is
just don't commit
substantial
crimes?
right now. What?
No. Do you think that political figures just don't commit crimes?
Yeah, I do. Do you?
Okay, so you think if anyone's in like in a political position, they just don't commit any crimes.
No, not what I said.
Okay, so you do think that they do commit crimes. So how do you know it's not the case
Yeah.
that Trump just actually committed these crimes? I'm asking you for any evidence.
I think 34 felonies is a bit much.
It's a bit too much crime to commit. Fucking hell. Yeah, Trump committed a lot of crimes, sir.
Yeah.
Hey, do you know what those felonies
If you
were for?
honestly believe that a U.S. president committed 34 felonies, you got
Hey, one
some
second.
kind of
What were the
rod shoved
felonies?
up
What
your
were the
ass.
felonies for? What were the felonies for?
What were they for, buddy? What were
So
they
you don't
for? tell
fucking know
me.
what they're for. So how do you know that Trump didn't do them if you don't even know what the felonies were for?
I bet you can't name 10, let alone 15.
DJ, admit that you don't know what they're for, and I'll educate you.
You'll educate me. Well, bud, this has been
it was
just
falsification.
such a
It was
great
falsification of business records with an intent to sway an election. Right? It's a case that you don't know jack shit about this. You just baselessly deny it on the basis of your emotions. You are irrational. You are out of control, and you deny facts and you contort reality to fit your narrative, and it's fucking gross. And also, don't run away, little bro. I want to go and talk about his civil conviction for sexual abuse. So, do you accept the civil conviction holding Trump legally responsible for the rape of E. Jean Carroll?
Say that again. You cut out a lot.
Yeah, do you accept the civil liability claim made that Trump is a rapist? He was held legally responsible for rape in a civil court of law.
Do you honestly believe if I accept it or not, that'll change the outcome in the slightest?
I'm just asking you a question. Do you or do you not accept it?
Do I accept that he raped someone?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, why not?
Why the fuck would I?
Because he was held
You
civil
think I
liable.
believe that he'd put him? You think I'd believe he'd put himself in a situation to ruin his entire future?
Do you typically accept the liability claims upheld by civil courts of law?
Which courts?
Civil courts?
No.
No, so you
So was it
actually
grand
typically
jury?
reject them.
Grand jury or the Supreme
So-
Court? Then yes.
So do you think that like civil courts are unreliable in correctly determining guilt of defendants?
Depending on where they are stationed, yes.
Okay, so you do think that they're unreliable. So do you think that we should abolish the civil courting system for the reason that civil courts are used every single year to legally force American citizens to pay out billions of dollars to others?
That's not what I just said. I said it depends on where the damn civil court is stationed.
Okay, so what civil courts are reliable and what civil courts are unreliable?
That's a very, very, very vague question.
No, you're giving me very vague responses. All I did is I asked you if civil courts are typically reliable, and then you said depending upon where they're stationed. I don't even know what that means. Like, what does that even mean?
Oh my god. All right.
No, don't run away, little bro. I'm asking you a very fair question. Do you typically accept the civil liability claims upheld by civil courts?
I'm trying to fucking answer you, but every time I try to listen to the damn question, your mic cuts out.
Do you typically accept the civil liability claims upheld by civil courts of law?
All right, thank you. No.
No, you don't. So do you think that we should overturn all of the convictions upheld by civil courts, such as Brown v. Board of Education?
All of
which was a
them?
civil
No.
court case used, one second, which was a civil court case used to end racial-based segregation in the context of the U.S. schooling system?
I do not believe we should overturn all of them, but they all have the chance to be overturned if lawyered by the right ones.
Oh, wait, why would you say that we shouldn't overturn all of them if it is the case that civil courts are unreliable? Wouldn't you want to overturn them because it was unreliably, like the guilt in each of these particular circumstances was unreliably concluded?
Genuinely depends on how you think of it.
I'm asking you, bro. You sound like a fucking magic 8-ball. Hey, real quick, so you don't accept the civil court conviction. Can you name one piece of evidence provided to the court by Eugene Carroll and her lawyers?
No.
So how can you reject the conclusion formed by the jury if you don't even know one piece of evidence provided by the prosecution?
Honestly can't.
How can you reject the conclusion formed by the jury if you don't even know one piece of evidence put forth by the prosecution?
Not trying to protect anyone. All I'm saying, it's kind of damn substantial that the person that this was against was a president. Granted, I'm not saying he didn't do it. I'm just saying it's hella convenient that they're being accused of, or is him, he's being accused of this substantial crime.
What
and
the
I'm
fuck are
assuming
you
now we
right.
got
Right. So essentially, if anything comes out against Trump, it's automatically bullshit because you want to vote him into the Oval Office.
no.
Yeah, you're fucking gross. So, ladies and gentlemen, all 1.4 thousand of you, this man is a grape apologist. This man wants to normalize sexual abuse, and this man wants to put a rapist inside of the Oval Office and give them access to the nuclear codes. He has no reason to reject the conclusion formed by the jury when we're referencing the civil case for grape in context to Trump. He didn't even know one piece of evidence provided by the prosecution, right, to conclude that Trump is guilty of grape. All that he knows is that he's very emotional and very irresponsible and illogical. So he's going to baselessly reject it with nothing more than his feelings and say that it didn't happen. Sir, I've talked to flat earthers with better arguments than you.
I never said that it didn't happen.
Okay, so you do think that Trump is a rapist?
I also never said that. You're putting words in my mouth.
Okay, which one is it? Did Trump grape her or did Trump not grape her?
I don't know. Was I there? Were you there? Can any of us prove it?
Oh, well, yeah, actually, yes, she did. In a civil court of law, they proved it, yes. They met a preponderance of evidence threshold and proved it to 9 jurors, 7 men and 2 women.
Why'd you just mention the jury? Who gives a shit if they're a man or a woman?
I just was giving you more information about the jury. What the fuck do you mean? Yeah, the jury, it was proved to the jury.
Was it a case of he said, she said, or what?
Yeah, you don't know a single piece of evidence, so I wouldn't expect you to know anything about it. You know what?
Right.
I want to go and talk about one piece of evidence in particularly. So, Eugene Carroll had a dress that had male sperm on it. She claimed it was Trump's sperm. Trump then declined to provide his DNA to the court for 2 years for it to be tested against the sperm on the dress. Assuming Trump didn't grape her, assuming he was innocent, assuming that wasn't his sperm, he had so many good reasons to provide his DNA. Would have saved him hundreds of millions of dollars in the defamation suits. He would have been able to countersue her for hundreds of millions of dollars, and it would have saved him the negative PR associated with from being labeled a rapist, and it would have given him a really good campaigning talking point insofar as proving and showing, because of this innocent conviction, that the Democrats are unfairly using the criminal justice system to persecute a political opponent. Can you name one good reason for him not to provide his DNA, assuming his innocence?
No.
Do you agree with all my good reasons for him to provide his DNA, assuming his innocence?
Yeah.
So this should tell us that it's more likely than not, outside of the conviction upheld by the jury, that Trump raped Eugene Carroll just because of the insurmountable existence of good reason for him to provide his DNA, assuming his innocence, yet he didn't.
Yeah, but just quickly, you said it's more than likely that he was, guilty, right?
Well, I mean, he was so he's upheld in the civil court, the standard of evidence being just more likely than not.
All right. So isn't it the court's job to figure out without a shadow of a doubt that he did it?
So that's going to be within criminal courts and civil courts. We uphold a standard of evidence, that being more likely than not.
With a jury, it is decided that is without a shadow of a doubt to find a man guilty.
Inside
You
of
just said
criminal-
more likely than not.
that inside of criminal courts. But see, charges weren't pursued within a criminal court. They were pursued within a civil court because the statute of limitations had passed to pursue criminal
So why'd she
charges.
wait so long until he was getting into the office?
62% of women who get raped take it to the grave. We shouldn't be victim
doesn't
shaming
matter.
the one who didn't.
If she waited so damn long and just conveniently until he was going into office, how come?
So he actually wasn't going into office, he was going out. These charges came forth in 2019.
I don't really give a shit.
And I've already went over the fact that 62% of women who get raped never come out about the fact that they get raped. We see women coming out later all the fucking time by just asking why she waited so long. You're victim blaming. Victims
It
do
doesn't
this
need
all
to be
these
the
fucking
62%.
times. Yeah, so you're just sitting over here telling me that because
No,
she
I'm
took so
sitting
long
over
to
here
come out about
telling
it.
you
Yeah, it's
that it's
all
just
fake and it's a
convenient
lie
that she
when
happened-
62% of victims of rape never come out about it in their entire life. So why are you shaming one that does? No. He left. We're going to move on to our next guest, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone just give us a moment. Let's go to get Steve-O77 up in the live, y'all. If you're voting for Trump, make sure to let me know by spamming MAGA in that chat. And if you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in the bio. What's up, Steve-O? How old are you?
45.
45. Are you voting for Trump, sir?
Absolutely.
Why so?
He's the best man for the job. My president. Because things were better under Trump, man.
Oh, things were better under Trump than they were under Biden. This is
For me, there weren't. I don't know about for you.
Yeah, so
I don't
how
know
did Trump...
if you paid bills or gas or food or anything. But I sure noticed a difference.
How did Trump cause things to be better? Or alternatively, how did Biden cause things to be worse?
Oh, you don't know?
Yeah, I don't know. Can you fill me in?
I can fill you in. I'll be glad to fill you in. For one, on day one of Joe Biden's inauguration day, what did he do? All those executive orders.
Yeah, so what specific executive orders caused inflation?
Well, the whole border situation, letting them asylum seekers, anybody that come in. He was giving pathways to for 14 million people to become citizens. Of course, they're going to flood the border.
Okay, so how does an increase...
Of course, they're going to flood the border. Of course, they're going to come running.
So how does an increase in undocumented migrants coming across the southern border increase inflation?
Because you have more demand. You know about supply and demand.
Yes, but you
have
also
more
have more, you also have more supply, because what we see when in the context of undocumented migrants...
You gotta ramp up supply.
Is that they give more to the economy than they take away.
What's that?
So undocumented migrants give more to the economy than they take away.
That's who?
They pay
Where the hell
higher
did you get
tax
that?
rates.
A study?
Yeah, I mean, I could just give you
one
like
of your studies.
I could just give you like a really intuitive analysis of this. Like when a undocumented
I
migrant...
want your intuitive analysis. I can give you my intuitive analysis on a lot of things.
I'm giving you a really clear-cut example.
Okay,
So
let's
when
give it to me.
When an undocumented migrant works a W-5 job, they automatically get this federal taxes deducted out of their paycheck. But because they're not a citizen, they can't file for a return getting money back, so they pay more in taxes. Okay? Then also here, well, if it is the case that it's specifically an increase in the border crossings over the southern border that caused inflation, then how come we saw the same inflation worldwide?
I'm just talking about for the border crisis. I'm not saying
but you're saying that the border
cause of inflation.
But we saw higher rates of inflation elsewhere in the world. In fact, the U.S. had one of the quickest rebounds from it.
Correct. You've seen it all over the world.
So
our economy.
So what caused inflation over there? Did they just have people raiding their borders too, or what are we doing? What are we doing?
Well, because everybody became more reliant on Russian fuel.
People became more reliant on Russian fuel?
Correct.
Why so?
Another one of your Biden executive orders.
Oh, how so? Wait,
On very first day one.
So the
On
U.S.
day one.
So how? Like what particular executive order?
Well, you stopped. You come on. You heard the arguments. You know them now, man. They've been drilled into you. You refuse to ignore them. He stopped all the drilling. He wanted to stop fossil fuels.
So we're actually drilling more now.
Oh, now that it was a damn crisis within the past year. Of course. Oh, yeah, we're drilling more now.
Okay, so this was a natural fluctuation. It wasn't driven by executive orders. I'm gonna go ahead and fill you in on this.
Okay, fill me in again. This is your intuitive analysis.
So the U.S. right now is producing more oil than any other country that exists in the world that currently or in our history.
Oh,
it's also the case.
China?
So what executive?
Where do you get that from? Where are you getting that from?
Yeah, the U.S. administration on gas and oil. I'll pull it up.
I almost guarantee you China is killing us.
No.
Yes, their infrastructure is bang.
So this is coming from U.S. Energy Information Administration. You could pull up the source on your computer if you'd like.
I don't have the numbers. You can do that. I'm just talking to you. I'm not looking at computers and all this crap. But I've seen it.
I'm gonna go ahead and just put you on mute while I finish talking. You're interrupting me like any sentence. So it's not only the case that the U.S. is producing more oil right now than any other country in the world is or has been ever, right, in the history of the world, right? But at the same time, simultaneously, you're referencing executive orders by Biden to decrease oil production in the context of the United States. So what executive order did he pass day one that decreased oil production in the context of the United States? Like, what's the name of the executive policy? Steve-O, you got to click on your profile picture and click the icon of the mic to unmute yourself. Chat, do you think that Steve-O will be able to figure it out? How likely do y'all think it is that Steve-O will be able to find out how to unmute? Fuck, maybe I shouldn't have muted him because I don't think he's gonna. Okay, let me try to walk you through it, Steve-O. So you see a picture of you right there. I want you to click on that. Okay, click on the picture of you, and then this screen will pop up. In fact, I might even be able to show you. This screen right here will pop up, then click the icon of the mic right there. Okay? I could walk you through it on my phone here. Click the icon of the mic, and then it will unmute yourself. Can you do that for me, Steve-O? We're gonna leave Steve-O. We're gonna leave Steve-O up here. Well, we're gonna move on to our next guest. We're gonna leave Steve-O up here. Let's see if we can figure it out. What's up? Are you voting for Debbie Don?
You know it.
Yeah, I have a question. Why do you want to grape us in the Oval Office?
Because, for one, bro, that's the biggest talking point you got in
No, it's not.
Real quick, that's one of the most things you talk about. And
you want to know why? You want to know why? You want to know why?
Instead of interrupting me like
because we should be putting a rapist in the Oval Office with his track record of disrespecting violence towards women. How do you expect him to effectively legislate?
The corrupt government is the one that did that to him to make people like you say shit over and over and over. They did a great job. How old are you, bro?
Hey,
21?
Yeah, I'm 19. Can you go ahead and convince
19
me?
And you think you know shit. And you hit mute on people and you silence them because you think you're more educated. Now you can run your mouth better behind a camera because I promise you if you were doing that with a room full of people, you wouldn't be running your fucking mouth the way you do.
You want to watch me?
In a room full of people?
Yeah.
Where?
If you click on my main account and you go to my most recent video, I tell this shit to a really stupid man's face, just like yours, in person.
Cool. So you try to talk.
I see pain. I appreciate you for the money.
Educated about these things. Do you know Joe Biden stopped Donald Trump's fucking border policies? Do you know Joe Biden is fucking? They just accused him of human trafficking children at the fucking border. 100,000 of them.
So you made a claim. I wanted.
You don't want the truth, do you?
Wait, I want the truth, quote unquote. I just want it to be consumable, and I want to be able to go point by point.
Well, let's talk about
the first thing that you said.
Team that just hit 2 different news channels.
So the first thing that you said when you came up here is that Trump's grape charges were corrupt and they were led by the government and the DNC. So I asked you a question, you never really answered it. I asked you to convince me that that's not a fringe conspiracy theory. Can you give me any evidence of this?
Bro, I'm not going to be able to convince your peanut brain that they corrupt government Mate.
Yo, Jay John, thank you for the ice cream, for the $5 for ice cream on Venmo. Let's get some WJ Johns in that comment section. Thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Jay John.
For the $5.
Someone's jealous.
How much you jealous of $5?
I mean, it sure sounded like it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Anyways, back to what I was saying. You said you want to be able to convince me and my small peanut brain of that. I don't want to just like intellectually flex on you here, so I'm not going to do my whole how many continents are there thing. I'm just going to ask you for evidence for your claim. You said that the grape charges that were brought forth in the civil court of law were trumped up, they were false. Can you name one piece of evidence submitted by the prosecution to prove the grape? Was he silenced or silent? Also, if you guys want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal are in my bio. I appreciate y'all so much for the love. Thank you so much for the $5 once again. Team Trump. Bro, okay, I'm going to mute you, then try to unmute yourself. Maybe there's like a glitch going on here. Okay, now try to unmute yourself. I don't know. I'm going to try to like turn his mic.
Well, I had somebody knocking on my door.
Oh, was it the FBI?
Oh, yeah, the FBI, you little 19-year-old turd.
They asked for your hard drive, sir?
Don't worry.
Sorry. Hey, so anyways, why don't you go ahead and answer my question? Can you provide me any evidence here?
Any evidence? Did you hear what she said on the talk show?
Wow, he got removed for violating community guidelines. That was fucking quick. What did he say? He called me like a turd, but that's about it. I mean, like, come on, that's kind of sensitive, TikTok. Yeah, dude, they're by the way, these MAGA idiots, they are terrified by my age. Okay, they're terrified by it. Doug, I'm 19. Wah! He ran away because I'm 19. I just like jump scared him. I told him that I was 19 and he ran the fuck away. Gina, I appreciate you for the $5 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Gina. WGina in the comment section. And Monet for the $10 on Venmo for the therapy. Monet and Gina, I appreciate you both for the love. WGina, W and Monet, thank you guys. All right, we're gonna move on to our next guest here. Make sure if we're specifically in the guest request that we are voting for Trump. We're just looking for some debates right now. We're going to go ahead and send out a quick poll in the chat as well. Let me see a smiley face if you're riding with Biden, a sad face if you're voting for Dippy Don. What's going on? How old are you?
I'm 18.
You're 18? And how long do you expect me to believe that?
Look at my...
All right, moving on. Let's go ahead and get Zeller up in here. Everyone just give us a minute, guys. Make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Alrighty, Tidy. What's going on, Zeller? How old are you? Zeller. Zeller's not here, so we're going to go to move on to our next guest. I really wish that guy didn't get banned, dude. I was having a great conversation with him, and then it just got rudely interrupted. Let's get some L TikToks for banning him, because he didn't say anything, like, terrible. Roxy, I appreciate you for the $2 on Venmo. Roxy says, you demolished OM last night. Me and my boyfriend are still cracking up. Dude, yeah, OM ended up really embarrassing himself. Guys, do we know who the older millennial is in chat? Because I'm about to drop a fucking heavy bomb on y'all of something that he said last night. He said that if he was gay, that he would grape me. And then he called me really, really pretty. Brenda, how old are you?
I was born in 1972.
1972. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
I just want to ask you a question. Why are you voting for Biden?
Yeah, because Biden has good policy. We could reference the CHIPS and Science Act, the PAC Act, the Infrastructure Bill, or the Inflation Reduction Act. But he's also not a threat to our democracy. He didn't deny the results of the 2020 election, instilling virtues of distrust in our civil and electoral processes and testing millions of American... Hey, go ahead and give me one piece of evidence to support that claim.
Oh my goodness. Yes. You look like you're about, 19, 20 years old?
Wah, I'm 19. Wah, so scary. Wah, 19-year-old. Yes, I'm 19.
Okay. Do you enjoy paying $5-6 for a gallon of gas?
Motherfucker, no, I don't.
First of all, I'm not a motherfucker.
Well, yeah, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'll respect. I'll respect you more, Brenda.
So I don't think you're even voting for Biden. You're just doing this for clicks and views.
No, good Lord, Brenda, you've lost it.
I ain't lost nothing.
Do you think I'm voting for Trump?
Trump is way better than Biden. Biden doesn't even know what year it is.
Okay, all right. So that's obviously very hyperbolic. Brenda, let's go ahead and touch on something here real quick. So it is true that I'm voting for Biden, right? Because he's not a threat to a democracy. He's not a proven rapist. He's not a proven felon. He wasn't held civilly liable for the sexual abuse of Eugene Carroll. He's not a fraudster. He's not a compulsory liar and a delusional, very delusional man.
The man can't even talk.
Okay, and whenever Trump does talk, he lies.
No. Give me one thing that he lied about.
Yeah, denying the 2020 election results. That was a lie. He convinced tens of millions of American voters of that lie. There was no sufficient evidence that it exists to indicate that the 2020 election was sufficiently rigged to be overturned. He tried to prove this to 60 courts, and he failed, including 17 courts with judges that he appointed. He told the American people that he'd build a wall, stick the bill to Mexico. He built less than 20% of it and footed the bill to the American taxpayer. He said that he'd pass an infrastructure bill, never got it done in 4 years. Biden got it done in 1 year with a worse split in Congress. What the fuck are we talking about here, Brenda? Also, the accusations that I'm only doing this for clout and clicks online, that's delusional, okay? You're just trying to devalue my character so you don't have to listen to what I say because you can't engage with it logically speaking. And Ashana, I appreciate you so much for the galaxy. Thank you for the love.
So I thought he was supposed to go to jail with all the stuff, bad things he's done.
So he hasn't been sentenced for his felonies yet, and then he was held civilly liable for rape, meaning that he can't go to jail.
Exactly. No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was. What?
You got receipts?
Yeah. Do you want to look at the court documents?
Yes, sure. Pull them up.
Yeah, go look up Washington Post.
No, if
Trump.
you know so much, you pull them up.
Okay, I'll pull them up on my end. You just want me to show you the literal court documents?
I am not a Democrat. I am voting for a Republican, and that is Donald Trump. Donald J. Trump. 2024, bitches.
Oh, jeez, Brenda, you're making me laugh. Okay, so yeah, I mean, just look up Trump grape case on the internet. You'll find sources from AP News, Washington Post, USA Today. You'll find this on any mainstream media outlet, including those that are right-leaning. Like, it's a widespread fact. Everyone knows about this.
Yeah, well, I think you need to show us proof about anything that you're saying right now.
I just told you how to get the receipts.
No, pull it up.
Okay.
Put that on your background. Put that on your background.
So how about I just show you this? Here's the completed jury verdict form. And you could, I don't know if it's, so I don't, you obviously can't see it that well. You'll need to look it up yourself. If you want to see this.
No, I want you to pull it up. Since you got another device to pull it up, you pull it up. Put that in your background.
So I'm not gonna go on pause and disrupt my stream to put it in my background. I tried to show it to you off of my laptop right here.
Look at the economy.
Why are we pivoting to the economy, Brenda? I thought you wanted to talk about the
look what Trump did. Look what the Biden did.
So what do you think?
He run this fucking country to the ground.
So how did Biden run the country into the ground?
Are you serious? He was asleep. He doesn't even know what fucking year it is.
So how specifically did Biden cause inflation?
Oh my God! You seriously need to go to school. I got to drop because you're the
one that can't answer the question.
I am losing cells in my brain listening to you.
I'm asking you. So if you're like well educated, why can't you answer the question?
I asked you a question to pull your shit up.
Hey, go to NewYorkTimes.com/interacted and just read the completed jury verdict and the Trump Carroll case. I showed it to you briefly. It's really bad quality. Like, you could go online and pull it up yourself. But it's like cutting out from the green screen, so I have to put it at a weird angle. But like I said, you could just go online and you could find this jury verdict form yourself by looking up New York Times jury verdict form in the Trump Carroll case.
I gotta drop myself because you're fucking stupid.
Why am I stupid, Brenda? Before you drop, how many continents are there?
17,000.
I'm the stupid one? Brenda.
No, dude.
How many branches of government are there?
Go ahead and drop me.
If you tell me how many branches of government there are.
Okay, drop me.
All right, Brenda.
Dumbass.
Oh, Jesus Christ, guys. I can't do it today. I want to play y'all this clip from OM last night real quick before we move on to our next guest here.
Justin, because let's be real. I'm going to be real. If I was gay, Dean would be a target. What? That man is pretty as hell. That man showed up.
There you go. The poll's there. Chad, what do you want to talk about?
Showed up to the live in a red room. That man showed up to the live in a red room with sunglasses and an open collar. I was like, girl, please.
Yo, he was on his live the other day. He was a troll.
That's the older fucking millennial, by the way. Just to put that out there. Yeah, the same man that said we should throw everyone with a mental disability off a cliff now says if he was attracted to men, I would be a target. Bro, you can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. Yo, Devin, I appreciate you for the $1 on Venmo. I see Law of the Wild's in the guest request. I'll bring him up. What's up, Jeff? How old are you?
What's that?
How old are you?
51.
Awesome. And what's up, Law of the Wild? Just saw you in the guest request. What's going on?
Yeah, so
I was going to show Brenda jury form, but if you've moved on, that's fine.
Ah, all right, yeah. Well, Brenda's gone. I appreciate you for coming up, though, man.
I'll be in the comments. Take care.
All right, bet. See you, man. All right, what's going on, Jeff? Are you voting for Mr. Dipey Don?
Yeah, I'm not going to vote for the pedophile.
Oh,
I just jumped up. I seen you probably won't
You're
get
saying that
another
Biden's a
live,
pedophile. Can you give me any reason to believe that Biden's a pedophile?
You think it's normal when he smells kids, or are those deep fakes? That's deep fake, ain't it?
So
is that a deep fake? Answer it.
So no, that was real. Just to clarify here, though. So Biden's
that's not strange.
So Biden's a P3DO when he sniffs his granddaughter's hair, but Trump isn't a P3DO.
Other kids.
One
There's
second.
other videos.
But Trump isn't a P3DO when he invites a girl up on stage, calling her beautiful 10 times, grabbing her, kissing her while she's squirming away, or when he sexualizes a 5th grader by saying that he's going to be dating her in 10 years.
Did you just see what that one woman just pulled away from him when he said something creepy to her the other day?
So why can't you respond to the claims that I just made insofar as a comparative analysis
This is why you
between
won't go
Biden
on somebody
and
else's
Trump?
live. Millennial walked you and they muted you and you got mad the other night. I watched you get dogged all night the other night on that live, and you have to come to your own so you can mute people because you can't state facts and have to spread misinformation, and they shut you down. They shut you down.
If I was gay, Dean would be a target.
I watched it. You got dog walked.
That man is pretty as hell.
Well, I mean, I think he just wants
on
to.
That live. You tried to control that live, and they shut you down. They owned you.
Jeff, I think
they
Owen wants to.
You're clueless.
I think Jeff, I think Owen wants to fuck me.
Hey, have you ever heard people? I know people's told you all the time. You hear they say that you are young and you have no life experience. You've probably heard that a lot, haven't you?
Yeah, Jeff, I'm gonna keep it real, little bro. I'm
Have
letting you
you?
speak because you're embarrassing yourself right now.
Have you heard that? You've heard.
I have more life experience than you, sir.
You think you have? You was in the
half
military.
your
You're a
age,
combat
twice as
vet.
wide. You obviously didn't learn shit from it because you're still just as shitty of a man. Mate,
Millennials
let's
gonna
see here.
teach you a lesson
Amelia,
about
I appreciate you for the
behind the
shut up,
screen.
Jeff. Amelia, thank you for
You're
the
a
$15 shut up, Jeff. Amelia, I appreciate you for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much for that love, Amelia. Let's get some W Amelias in that chat for the $15 on Venmo. Amelia says, Dean, I love you. Don't listen to Jeff. That's very kind of you, Amelia. Let's get some love for Amelia in the comment section. If anyone else wants to support me, we got the Venmo and PayPal in the bio if you want Jeff to be interrupted over here. But just to clarify what he's saying here, no, he's delusional. It's just as likely that Trump isn't a rapist that OM dog walked me last night. I dog walked him so hard that he ended up saying that he wanted to fuck me. So I don't know where that claim's coming out of here. But I think that it's hilarious that he can't respond to the point of the live here. So you particularly said that Biden's a P3DO for sniffing his granddaughter. So just to clarify, you don't think that Trump is a P3DO for grabbing a little girl and kissing her and calling her beautiful 10 times, or saying that he'll date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Michaela, I appreciate you.
You wouldn't talk shit in public.
Yo, Jonna, shut up! Jonna, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo from Jeff's mom. Thank you so much. Yo, Jeff, your mom just sent me $10 on Venmo.
We'll bump into each other. You're gonna get dealt with.
Yo, Jeff, your mom just sent me $10 on Venmo. How does that make you feel? Yo, let's get some W. John as Annie's a runner. Annie's so mad. You just said it's a small world. We're gonna bump into each other. What? Do you want to fuck me just like OM does? Okay. Is this like the new progressive movement from the far right? Like starting to go so far around the circle that they're just re-emerging on the left? Brother, please. Okay, anyways, he's a runner. We're gonna go ahead and move on to our next guest. I really wasn't expecting the pipeline from MAGA hater to wanting to fuck me. Hey, Heather, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, Heather. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W Heathers in that chat. Thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Massive W Heathers all day, every day, baby. Thank you for the $10. What's going on, Ricky? Are you voting for Chomp?
Oh yeah, hands down.
Did we talk yesterday?
We talked a couple days ago.
Oh, and I embarrassed you?
You didn't really embarrass me. See, the thing is, though, you say, I want to ask you a serious question, okay? Just being serious.
Oh, Ricky.
Well, I'm being serious here. I'm going to be serious.
Oh, Ricky, I remember you.
Oh, I know you remember me, and that's fine. I'm going to ask you a serious question. Have you actually checked the pre-elected polls? Right now, have you checked them?
Yeah, Trump is leading by like 1.7 points. Anyways, we're not talking about what all the other Americans think. We're talking about what you think. So why are you voting for Trump, sir?
You already know. And you're going to call me, you're going to go back down the road like, oh, why, would it affect you if da-da-da-da-da-da-da, like we did last time? We're going to go down the same rabbit hole again.
Oh, wait, hey, Ricky, would you vote for a man that told your 10-year-old daughter that he'd date her in 10 years?
Why would you vote a man that sniffed his granddaughter's hair on live TV?
Because sniffing your granddaughter's hair is not worse than it's
that's
borderline
pedophile.
Okay, Ricky. So do you like understand my perspective when I say
I understand your perspective. I do.
I'm still speaking. Do you understand my perspective when I say I'll prefer the man that sniffed his granddaughter's hair over the man that was held civilly liable for rape, boasted about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teens at Miss Teen USA with there being girls as young as 15 there, saying that he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, saying that he'd date his daughter if he wasn't his daughter, cheated on 3 of his wives, called his own daughter voluptuous. When Howard Stern called his daughter's his piece of ass, he agreed. Like, do you understand the disconnect there? Like, there's a failing comparison between sniffing your granddaughter's hair and doing all of that. Like, we have two options here. Would you say that sniffing your granddaughter's hair is worse than raping a woman, Ricky?
So repeat your question again, because you had me muted and I was not listening.
What's worse, sniffing your granddaughter's hair or graping a woman and sexualizing a 5th grader?
Well, technically both are bad, actually, if you want to be all technical with it.
Yeah, but this is like what's worse, killing one person or committing the Holocaust?
Killing the Holocaust, I guess.
Yeah, so what's worse, sniffing your granddaughter's hair or graping a woman and saying that you'll date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
I have no idea. Both, to me. That's just my opinion. You want my opinion? I'm giving you my opinion, both. But let me ask you something. Let me ask you a serious
Ricky,
question.
I'm actually gonna explain this once again. So I didn't ask you if they were both wrong. I asked you which one is worse. Like in this world where you are like controlling a man, like, which would you rather do? Would you rather sniff your granddaughter's hair, or would you rather grape a woman and sexualize a 5th grader by saying you're going to date her in 10 years? You have to choose one. What would you rather do, Ricky? Let's see. Let's see if there is any ounce of genuineness.
Like I said,
and Ricky's
I'm giving you my honest opinion. You want my honest opinion, right? You want my serious, honest opinion. And how much do I hate women? I got a fucking fiance/wife. So try me. Anyways.
You have wife, therefore not misogynistic.
That's besides the point. Somebody just said...
Can you answer my question? Heidi, thank you for the
I said both, and that's my honest answer.
Okay, what was the question that I asked? I want you to repeat it.
You said, and I quote, what is worse? A man sniffing his granddaughter's hair, or a man saying that he will date a girl in 10 years? But yet,
and graping a woman. And graping a woman.
Hold on. I'm gonna let me talk for a second, please. You're going back to somebody that did something in 92 relevant to now. Okay.
Why does how long ago
what happened in 92? That's over 20 years ago, dude. What happened in 92? What happened in 92 is whatever.
And why does that matter?
Why does it matter about anything in this world?
What?
Why does it? What matters in this world anymore? Like, what matters? Like, seriously, honestly, answer my question on that one. What matters in this world anymore?
Apparently, according to you, Biden sniffing his granddaughter's hair matters more than Trump being a rapist.
But see, the thing is, though, like that Brenda said, you even said he got immunity from going to jail, correct?
Oh,
correct?
No.
Oh yeah, he got immunity from going to jail. But look at Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden spent 25 years in prison
Ricky,
for 3
can I
charges.
explain that to you?
And $750,000 in fines. Try me.
So,
I'd rather vote for Trump any day of the week. I'm gonna tell you now. I'm gonna vote for Trump.
I'm gonna go ahead and explain the whole immunity thing for you. So, like, the Supreme Court passed legislation insofar as granting presidents immunity when they're partaking in official actions. So, when Trump raped Eugene Carroll in 1996, he wasn't partaking in a official action of the presidency. And then also, you're saying that it happened 20, 30 years ago, therefore it doesn't matter. If Trump raped a little kid in 1996, would you say it doesn't matter?
Here we go with this bullshit again, dude. That's relevant. That's back in the 90s.
I'm testing your.
That's back in the 90s. That's back in the 90s, dude. I was born in the fucking 90s. And here we go. You're gonna try to turn this shit around me like you always fucking do, dude. You are the worthless fucking human being on earth. Sitting here disrespecting some people, harassing people on their fucking opinions. You can't let people have their own opinions. It's got to be your opinion on the fucking highway. This is my opinion. That's irrelevant. What's going on right now is not dealing with the fucking 90s, dude. Not with the 90s. That is back in the 90s. He's already probably paid his dues for that shit, and now you keep bringing that shit up. Oh, 92. I'll date a girl in 10 years. I'll date this little girl in 10 years. That's irrelevant to now, dude. Irrelevant. So you need to stop with bringing the past back up and think about the fucking now, dude, not the past. You kick me, kick me. I don't give a fuck. You are the dumbest person I've ever seen on TikTok because you're sitting there going back to not being relevant. This is about the presidency, not back in the 90s, dude.
Hey, Ricky.
I don't care.
How many continents are there?
Really? You're gonna go to fucking that now, really?
How can I be the dumbest person on TikTok? If you don't know,
because here's the thing. You want to know how I see. You want to know how I see it? You're sitting here trying to put people on going to fucking Biden when people can vote whoever the fuck they want.
1 second, Ricky. Michelle, I really appreciate you. Sorry, Michael, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. Michael, thank you so much for the love. You're not the dumbest person. You're great, Dean. Thank you so much for the love. Y'all show some love to Michael in the chat. I was honestly like really hurt by Ricky's statements there. A grape apologist said that I'm the dumbest person on TikTok. A man who said he wouldn't care if Trump raped a child in the 1990s said that I'm the dumbest person. Ricky. Take it back. Take it back, Ricky.
Why should I take it back, dude? That's irrelevant. Okay, Bella 2.0.
Allure, thank you for the golden party. I appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W-allures in the comment section right now. Let's get some W-allures, ladies and gentlemen. Yo, W-allures in the comment section. And Clint, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Clint sends $5 for Ricky's box of Kleenex. And a Royal, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate you. Hey, yo, Ricky, is your wife watching the live right now? Andy, I appreciate you for the fireworks.
You want to hear her point of view on it?
Wait, no.
Hear her point of view on it?
No, Ricky. Vlad, I appreciate you for the You're Amazing. I'm pretty sure your wife is watching. Because Jannard, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal from Ricky's wife. Sir, your wife just sent me $10 on PayPal.
So, let me ask you something. Why does Mama Lady have to do anything with this?
Because she just sent me $10 on PayPal.
Bro, I'm looking at her fucking phone right now. She didn't do shit.
No. Jannard, with the $10 on... Well, you just said it from... Okay, well, it says right here in the message. It says from Ricky's fiance.
Bullshit. My old lady's sitting around in the bed relaxing watching TikTok.
Nah. She's
Did you know you sent this fucking joke ass motherfucker $10?
How?
Exactly. How?
How on PayPal?
Here being a fucking piece of shit. First off.
Oh wait, actually, can I talk to your wife real quick? I would love to get her view.
You want to get her view?
Yeah.
You want to get her view? Here you go. Here you go, babe. Give me your point of view on it.
On what?
The whole presidency and how I'm being a fucking piece of shit because I rather vote for a man that would date a girl in 10 years instead of being a fucking voting for a pedophile.
I don't vote for anybody because this world is a shit show anyway, so I don't care. Either fucking way.
Sorry, that was annoying. We're gonna move on to our next guest here, guys. Guys, if you're in the queue, make sure that you are voting for Trump. I'm so sorry. Wait, what's going on? How old are you?
I'm 38.
38, nice. Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Yeah, why so?
Well, so I want to approach this differently than you've had in the past. I feel like there's a lot of finger pointing back and forth, and I don't think everything's cut and dry.
1 second. Heidi, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo from Ricky's ex from the 90s. I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. Ricky's ex, I appreciate you for the love. W, Ricky's ex, W, Heidi, W, $10. Go ahead, sir.
So let me ask you a question. When you cut people off and you get upset and you start over talking over everybody, are you getting any kick off of that, or is that just something that you do for entertainment purposes?
Bro, I got a donation, so I thanked them for the donation. I even apologized and said, go ahead.
No, I'm just curious because
all right, let's get some baby bottles in the chat for the whiner. Can I just hear why you're voting for Trump over Biden?
So overall, in my experience, I'm a single father. I've raised a 7-year-old daughter. I heard you ask questions about, if someone was to say that they would smell, that they would date her in, 11 or 12 years or whatever. I don't find a lot of the things that he says appropriate. I don't think that he's the best with his choice of words. I honestly don't know how he stands as a human being as far as morals and principles. But what I do know is it seems to be the Republican Party, Trump himself, bringing people together and not trying to divide so many people and cause so much division compared to the Democratic Party. I feel like
I'm sorry, that's literally just fucking laughable. I'm so sorry. I'm going to sit down and I'm going to laugh at you for saying that shit. No, what Trump created was an in group and an out group. You could go on his Truth Social, you could go on his Twitter, you could go on his Instagram and see this for yourself. Go back to his presidency. Go to December 31st. Go to Thanksgiving. Go to Christmas. Go to these. December 25th. Crazy. Go to these dates, and I want you to look at his tweets because he said, Happy Christmas, or sorry, Merry Christmas, Happy Thanksgiving to my supporters, to the RNC, to the Republicans, to the conservatives, but not to those stupid liberals. No, Trump created division, and that's a fact. He divided the country by instilling fringe conspiracy theories and tinfoil hat syndromes into his cult. He has built a cult-like following. He has preyed on the undereducated just because he's a narcissistic fuckhead that wants to hold on to power. That's why he denied the outcome of the 2020 election with no reason. That's why he raped a woman, and that's why he committed 34 felonies to hide up the fact that he slept with a peace star. Guys, listen. The argument that this man is making right now is bullshit. Utter, total bullshit. Give me a quote from Biden where he is half as divisive as we have seen Trump been.
Well, it's so here's the deal, man. We're all guilty at some degree of holding a prejudiced thought or judgment on someone. But I watch a lot of your followers, and I notice that they say, oh well, he's a victim shamer, or he's this, or he's that, or whatever. But isn't the best interest for our country to just stop pointing fingers and stop calling names and stop accusing a whole genre of people?
No, complacency is not the best for our country. We need to be adamant, and we need to advocate for rapists to stay out of the Oval Office.
Yeah, no.
And as soon as someone starts perpetuating a false, unproductive, and harmful narrative, that shit needs to be called out. That's why I go live every day. That's why I get thousands of viewers.
I respect that. I respect that. I think that if there was definite conclusion that he did something like that, despite how well he could run the country.
I'll just also let you know, you never answered my question. You said that Biden is more divisive than Trump. Give me a quote from Biden.
Not Biden himself, the Democratic Party, the people that are supporting, even Trump supporters, even people on my end are.
Explain to me how the Democrats create more political division than the Republicans.
Well, it's by singling groups out, by bringing attention to in like particular groups, the Black community, the LGBTQ community, things like that. Like we should just understand that people are going to think differently. That there are going to be groups of people that we're all different, man. We're all different. We all think differently. We all act differently.
You're literally so fucking embarrassing. So, I just want to put it out there. So this man is saying that we need to all be complacent with homophobia. We need to be complacent with racism. And we need to understand that people think differently. Sir, it's you guys. It is y'all over there in the RNC, the Republican Party, that is too worried about what's going on behind the closed doors of two men or two women. It is you guys within the Republican Party that don't recognize systemic forms of oppression and injustices and inequalities granted towards particular marginalized groups, and how men have more power than women, or how white people have more opportunity and more resources than black people to gain and hold on to power, or be in positions of power. But that's not even what I'm here to talk about. What I'm here to talk about is the fact of the matter is this shit is relevant. This shit is important, and this shit needs to be called out. What are we supposed to do here? Just sit in complacency? Historically speaking, if we all sat in complacency with injustice, we wouldn't have seen rape in the context of marriage become illegal in the 90s. We wouldn't have seen women gaining the right to vote in the 1920s. We wouldn't have seen gay people gain the right to marriage in the early 2010s. We wouldn't have seen an end to slavery. We wouldn't have seen societal evolution and progress, speaking particularly within these social issues. No, what you are doing is you are complaining that there's people calling you out on your bullshit, and you hate it.
So how are you able to speak for me? How are you able to speak where my mind's at and where
I'm not speaking for you, I'm speaking to you because of your past statements on the live.
Okay, well, all right. Well, the thing is even though I don't agree on a lot of those topics, as far as, gay marriage and things like that, that doesn't mean I should project my hate on anybody or force.
Yeah, no, the fact that you keep coping. Yeah, keep coping, you piece of shit.
It's not
I don't give a fuck. If you disagree with gay marriage, you're a piece of shit, and I'll call you out for it.
No, it's a moral thing. Just because they, for instance, if they want to legally get married, I'm not going to force my view on them to not be able to get legally
No. Tell me what the logical distinction is between you saying being GAY is wrong because it's a quote-unquote moral thing, and the white supremacist slave owners during Emancipation-era slavery in the context of the United States of America saying they had the right to own slaves because it was a moral thing, and reference to quotes from the Christian Bible where God gave the Israelites rights for slave ownership over the non-Israelites.
So you're going through biblical history, and
I'm going through quote unquote moral things, and how historically speaking, even white slave owners use the Bible, the standard of morality, to justify their injustices. What's the difference? What's the difference between you and them? Tell me, please.
There's a lot.
Name one.
No, because at time of history, things are called for recordings of there's reasons of history and reasons of things being done.
Yap. Not one reason.
But to say the entire Republican Party or
yap. Pivot. I asked you for the logical distinction between you saying it's wrong to be GAY because it's a quote-unquote moral thing, and slave owners saying it's right to own slaves because it's a quote-unquote moral thing. What is the logical distinction between your thought process and their thought process?
I don't know.
You don't know. And if you can't tell me what the difference is between you and a slave owner, doesn't that maybe mean you're in the wrong?
Possibly. It could be possible. My viewpoint could be misunderstood or not completely thought out. I mean, that's the thing is we're human. We are designed we're error. We create error. We're not always right. We don't always have the definite answer to things. You can be extremely intelligent and still make extreme stupid decisions.
Yeah, we're not in middle school. We're not in middle school anymore.
So if
bro.
we're not in
we're
middle
fucking
school, why
adults,
do you
and you need to
name
take
call?
accountability
Why do
for
you
what
name
you do.
call?
That's
And why
harmful.
do you-
We're
why
not
do
in.
you-
We're not in
why do
middle
you-
school. No. We're not in middle school. You don't get a scapegoat accountability for what you choose to believe in that perpetuates harm. I'm so sick and tired of hearing these apologetic ass, like shitty quasi arguments that just scapegoat this idea. I think BGAY is wrong. I like perpetuating harm. I like marginalizing people. Give me a break. It's a moral thing. We're all humans. We could all be wrong. No, sit the fuck down, grow up, engage in critical thought, and become a better person.
Okay, so how are you doing that while acting like you're 5 years old right now? How are you making any progress or any improvement on your argument by acting like a child?
Feminine, I appreciate you so much for the drive. I appreciate you for the love. I'm not acting like a child. I'm just telling you how it is.
I'm just
Shots are
saying,
shots.
like,
beans are beans.
if
The
people
sky
are
is
gonna wanna
blue.
listen
The
to your
sun
point
is
of view.
hot. You need to grow up.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll take that in consideration.
No, why don't you go ahead and give me an argument? Fuck it. We're not even doing Trump debates anymore. We're about to head back over to my third account. Why is being GAY wrong?
No, dude, I'm not. Listen, I'm not a.
Why can't you defend your view?
It's not about being right or wrong in a situation of our country. Listen, our country was in a better standing during a recession, okay?
No, go ahead and answer my
Businesses were
question. You said it's a
succeeding.
moral thing. You said it was a moral thing. You said it's wrong to be a part of the LGBTQ plus community. Why is it wrong?
I did not say it's wrong. I say I don't accept or support it, but that doesn't mean I should force my opinion on it.
Yeah, so why don't you accept the LGBTQ plus community?
Because of my faith.
Oh, because of your faith in God?
Yes.
I have a question. Name one verse in the Christian Bible that tells us being GAY is wrong.
It tells us not to lay with other men.
What verse?
Oh, that's Old Testament.
You can't name the fucking verse. That's Leviticus 18. That's Leviticus 18.
Leviticus is one of them.
Hey, do you think that the book of Leviticus in the Christian Bible is accurate in making correct moral determinations?
Yeah, absolutely.
So in Leviticus 25, verse 44 through 46, where God says that it's okay to own slaves, that's an as a guest. Everyone just kind of give us a moment here. Awesome. There we go. So for everybody tuning in, we are going to go ahead and have some debates on Trump. Y'all already know. And while we're waiting on our first guest requests of the day, I guess I'll just go ahead and go over my thoughts. So I don't think we should be voting a grapist into the Oval Office. This man, on top of being a grapist, has shit policy. He serves the top 1% and himself at the detriment of the middle class. There's no good reason to be supporting him. If you disagree with me, let me know by, spamming some Trump 2024s in that chat. Or additionally here, just let me know by hopping in the queue. We're going to go ahead and pull up our first guest here. What's up, Mateo? How old are you?
I'm 16.
Goodbye. You got to be at least 18 to vote. Shit. No worries. Moving on to our next guest here. Let's go to get Chris up in the live, folks. So if we're in the queue, make sure that we're at least 18 years old to make sure we're voting for Trump. What's up, Chris? How old are you?
I'm 19, bro.
Awesome.
Yo, why do you copy Parker, bro?
Because, I just look up to him so much. Copy him all day, every day. Anyways, Chris, are you voting for Trump?
Hell yeah, bro.
Okay, why so?
Cause he's not like he can actually talk.
Oh, Trump can actually talk. So I'll take the old man over the grapist. How about you?
I'll take the dude who actually has like a brain.
Oh, wait. Do men with brains grape women?
Well, I mean, you can if you don't have a brain. So like Joe Biden doesn't even have the chance to do it because he doesn't even have a brain.
Okay, so we're just being hyperbolic, ridiculous. See you, Chris. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. We're looking for actual conversations here. But as soon as you start saying absurd shit like Biden doesn't have a brain, what are we saying? We're going to go to move on. For everyone tuning in here, I appreciate y'all for being here. We're going to load up our next guest in the live. If we're in the queue, make sure that we're voting for Trump, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, AD? How old are you? AD, 18. You're on the live. You're 18. Awesome. Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah. Hell yeah, bro.
Okay, why so?
Dude, Biden's retarded.
Apologize for his use of that slur, y'all. We're going to go and load up our next guest, Joey. Everyone, just give us a moment. Make sure that we're double tapping. Shout out that live, guys. I apologize for that shit. Jesus Christ. What's up, Joey? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
36.
36. Are you voting for Dipey Don, sir?
For who?
for Dipey Poopy Smelly Don?
Donald Trump. I think I am.
All right. Why so, man?
You know, I just the years that he was president. I think we were doing good. I really do. Being in the coal mining business and copper mining, you know, they're trying to shut that down. You know, I think our economy was doing better.
Yeah, real quick. How did Biden cause the economy to do worse?
You know, I don't know. I mean, he's president. Of course, people are going to blame it on him, right? I mean, but it fell when he's the president. So
okay, this is a correlation causation fallacy, but if I use your logic here, can I blame Trump for the net total loss in jobs given under his term, as well as the 14.8% unemployment rate at the end of it?
Yeah, I mean, you probably could. You could do whatever you want, right?
Yeah, so if we use your correlation causation, fallacy logic here, we could actually show that Trump has had one of the worst economies ever. Meanwhile, Biden has had one of the best, with bringing 15 million jobs back to the economy, experiencing a 50-year record low for unemployment at 3.4%.
It just seems like it doesn't seem like that, but I mean, if that's what it says, that's what it says, right?
Right. So I mean, now it seems as if we have more reason to vote for Biden than Trump, using your logic.
I want to say I think a lot of that could be all those people coming over the border, getting jobs. There you go. They're boosting. They're letting them in. My mother lives 20 miles from the border in Arizona, and I mean, every day you're getting just all these people coming through, and it's like we're going to put them somewhere. We're going to keep them safe. We're going to give them money. We're going to give them housing. And then you see our poor veterans that can't even get, you know, the right kind of treatment for what they need, and all over the U.S., not just, you know, where I live. Where I live, it's sad. It's the VA. Well, the VA sucks.
Okay, well, I mean, first of all, so after Biden's executive order on the border, we've seen a 44% decrease in border crossings and encounters, putting us at the same level of daily crossings under Trump's term at the end of it. So quit your yapping. Additionally here, if you care so much about, you know, the border, well, then would you support Trump when he shot down 2 border bills, proposed to Biden bipartisanly to Congress, that he called the Republican lawmakers and told them to vote against it because it, quote unquote, made the Democrats look good, and he went on record at one of his rallies saying, if the border bill fails, blame it on me.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, so it's the case that not only do we have the same amount of crossings now as we did under Trump at the end of his term, but Trump is also the one that blocked the border bills through Congress. So I think if you have any issue with the border crisis, this is truly something that you should blame on Trump, as he asked you to do. And the American, I appreciate you for the money gun. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get a W American in the comment section.
Okay. You know, but I'm voting for Trump, and yeah.
Yeah, do you think that violent offenders should be able to buy guns?
Violent offenders? Like what kind of violent?
Like rape or murder?
I don't think they can.
And no, I'm asking you if they should be able to.
To be able to buy guns?
Yeah.
Like, I know you could buy guns from anybody. I mean, you don't have to be, you know.
Hey, Joey, do you just lack comprehension skills? I'm asking you if these people should be able to buy guns.
It depends.
What does it depend on?
You know, the severity and what they've done.
So, grape and murder. Should grapists be able to buy guns?
Rape it. Did you say rapist or grape?
Yes, great. You got to say grape, okay? Right? It's a TikTok safe word. Can you answer my question, dude?
I don't think they should be able to buy guns.
All right. So grapists shouldn't be able to buy guns, but they should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
Yes, sir. He should.
So explain that one to me, because a gun is a force multiplier, and that's why you'd say that the grapists shouldn't be able to get the nuclear codes, nukes, that is the largest force multiplier known to mankind. Yet they should be able to gain access to it?
Hell yeah, let them buy guns.
So can you explain that logic to me?
I can't explain it, but I'll tell you they should be able to buy guns.
Oh, but I thought you just said they shouldn't be able to.
No, I wouldn't say murders. Rapists shouldn't even be around. They should be gone. There shouldn't be no ifs, ands, or buts. I mean, we don't know for sure if Trump raped anybody.
Oh, say grape while we're on the live. Once again, we have to use TikTok safe language, shall we? So yes, we do. He was held civilly liable for the grape of Eugene Carroll by a jury of 9 of his peers, seven men with 2 women. Right? It is the case that there was a liability claim there. Do you typically accept the conclusions formed by civil courts?
Most of them, yeah.
So you do typically accept it. So if you'd reject the conclusion formed by a civil court, this would require special reason or special justification. So what's the special reason you reject the conclusion formed by the civil court that determined Trump had raped Eugene Carroll?
Evidence wasn't there.
The evidence wasn't there. Can you name one piece of evidence submitted to the court by Eugene Carroll?
Can't.
You can't. So how do you know the evidence wasn't there if you don't even know what the evidence was?
I mean, people do false accusations all the time on people that are famous, and you know what I mean?
Okay, so you're saying because Trump is famous, if someone like accuses him of rape, they're automatically a liar?
Not 100%. No.
Okay, so then what would be the relevance of Trump's fame when I'm asking you if you could name one piece of evidence awarded by the court, right? You also told me that you do typically accept, right, civil court rulings, and I do understand that some individuals are falsely accused. However, that's not typical, right? So if you're going to reject this woman who not just accused Trump of raping her, but then proved it in a court of law, you would require some reason to do so. And I'm just trying to understand what that reason is. Because as it stands right now, it seems like you're baselessly rejecting the conclusion formed by this court without any reason, right? Further perpetuating systemic misogyny and invalidating legitimate victims.
What were you saying? Sorry.
I mean, I made myself crystal clear there. You're rejecting this court case with no reason. You're contorting reality to fit your narrative at the expense of women and victims.
I'm not gonna, what I voted for is who I voted for. I'm gonna stick with it.
I know, but can you contend my points here? You just reject it without good reason, though, right? Can you provide me with a good reason there?
I have nothing to say.
You have nothing to say. It's because you contort reality to fit your narrative without good reason. You're irrational. I call it tinfoil hat syndrome.
A what?
Tinfoil hat syndrome. It's when you value your feelings over facts.
Okay. I'm going with Trump. So.
All right. Well, have fun with the tinfoil hat syndrome. Go build that bunker for World War III. We're going to go to load up our next guest, Harry Peters, in the live here, y'all. If you're MAGA, make sure to let me know in the chat. Also, guys, make sure to double tap on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 50,000 likes here today, ladies and gentlemen. Also, make sure to share out this live with a couple of friends. Y'all already know. What's up, Harry? How old are you?
19.
Okay, are you voting for Trump, evil Harry?
Yes.
All right, why so?
Because he's going to make America great again.
Okay, when was America great to begin with?
Well, yesterday it was greater.
Okay. You're incoherent, so I'm just going to kick you. We're going to go to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone, just give us a moment. We have, no guest requests at the minute. We are just looking for some people to debate here. So for the 1,000 people in the stream, make sure that we're double tapping, make sure that we're sharing, make sure that we're spamming that comment section. What's going on, Window? How old are you?
Okay, get it right. That's widow, not window, if you're really going to talk.
Widow.
And
how old are you?
And be smart about everything.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I gave your name a half a second glance. Window. How old are you?
Widow. I am 43 years old.
All right, Window.
But you can't read.
Voting for Trump. I can read.
You keep saying that Trump is a rapist. If you read the actual articles and everything, he was not ever convicted, as you want to say, by the jurors of grape. It was lowered to a lesser charge.
So the reason it wasn't convicted of grape specifically was because in 2022, when the liability claim was upheld, grape was defined, legally speaking, as the male member entering into the female member without consent. And according to Eugene Carroll's own testimony, she didn't know if it was the hands, the male member, or both. So they didn't have sufficient reason to charge him with that. Right? But when I reference grape, I'm not referencing the legal determination of a court case. I'm referencing on how we commonly use the word in day-to-day practice. Not to mention that the law has updated since 2022 to reflect how I'd use grape, which being one part of a man entering into any part of a woman without consent.
Okay. But you are still committing a crime yourself by saying that he did grape her when he's never been found guilty of grape.
So in the 1990s, we saw.
I could sit here and say that you're a grapist, and I could slander your name, and then you could turn around and sue me for slander. The same way I wish Trump would turn around and sue every one of you. You say your name's Dean on here now. The other day I was watching and you was Parker. I mean, it's really weird why you keep changing your name. Are you afraid you're going to get sued for slander? Because you want to sit here and throw all these false accusations out? You want to know? Yes, I am voting for Trump. I am. Because Biden, he can't think straight. He has people telling him what to say, when to say it all the time.
So man, you're rambling. So first of all, I don't know. Yesterday I was feeling the name Parker. Today I'm feeling Dean. I just kind of like shift back and forth, cut my hair, grow it out, cut my hair, grow it out. You know, put on these little button-up shirts, take them off, put the tank top on. Some days I'm really kind. I'm like, well, actually, you're wrong for this, or this, and this. And then some other days I'm like, I am right. You know what I mean? But hey, that point aside, okay, you're saying that he's not a grapist because what he did wasn't legally defined as grape. So in the 1990s, we saw the introduction of federal.
No. I'm saying he's not a grapist because he's never been found guilty.
So in the 1990s, we saw the introduction of federal legislation that finally defined unconsented to intercourse in the context of marriage as grape. Prior to that point, it was perfectly legal. So in other words, if a man chained down her wife and inserted himself into her without consent in the 1980s, that was not legally defined as grape, and he couldn't legally be charged with grape. Would you take issue with me calling that man a grapist?
I take issue with you calling anybody a grapist if they've never been found guilty of grape by a jury of their peers.
So if this man chained down his wife and inserted himself into her without consent when she didn't want it, he's not a grapist.
Has he been found guilty of it?
No, that wasn't legally defined as grape because marriage, grape with inside a marriage wasn't made illegal till the 90s.
Then no, it wouldn't be grape. Sorry. The laws are the laws, son.
During Emancipation era,
the laws are the laws.
During Emancipation era slavery, grape was only between white people. So if a white slave owner...
Please don't bring slavery into the conversation.
No, I will. So if a white slave owner, engaged in intercourse without consent...
Do you know where slaves actually came from?
Was that grape?
Do you know where slaves actually came from?
Can you just answer my question?
No, it's not. If the law is not there, it's not. Sorry.
What if the law's there now?
If the law is there right now?
Wait. So in Germany in the 1930s and 40s, when it wasn't legally defined as murder for a Nazi to unalive a Jewish individual, were they murderers?
No. You can look dumb all you want, but no. The law is
in Alabama 200 years ago, when it wasn't legally defined as P3 for a 50-year-old man to engage in intercourse with a 9-year-old girl, is that man a pedophile?
That's just sick. That's common sense. That's what's wrong with
pedophile?
I just told you that's sick. Yes.
I'm not. So he is a P3DO, even though that the law doesn't define him as such. So why isn't a Trump a grapist, even though the law at the time didn't define him as such?
Because you are actually asking questions without using any kind of common sense about stuff.
You're giving me answers without common sense. You just said a man that chains down a woman and inserts himself into her without consent is it a grapist, and the Yazis that would unalive Jewish people during World War II weren't murderers. You're the one answering without common sense.
How does a man get able to chain down a woman anyway?
Wait,
maybe that whole scenario was what she wanted, but then in the end turned it all around.
No fucking way! You are bro. You are literally saying in the hypothetical scenario I gave you that it's the woman's fault? Yeah, this was a hypothetical, sir. This was a thought. Fucking Wow. Wow. You made the assumption in the hypothetical that it was the woman's fault? Are you real? I'm sorry. No, that is like literal hypothetical victim blaming. I'm so sorry. That is by far some of the craziest shit that anyone has ever said on one of my lives. I'm so fucking sorry, chat. What? Like, you didn't look at an actual case of rape and say, oh, it was the woman's fault. Oh, it was the victim's fault. No. I gave him a hypothetical situation to test his logic, and he's like, it's the woman's fault. Motherfucker. Dude, that is a new low. That is a new low.
There's all sorts of
Oh
scenarios
my
out
god! Like, I don't even know how to respond. Like, that is a new fucking low. Blame it on the woman in the hypothetical scenario I gave you to test your logic? What kind of sick fuck are you?
Because all women are innocent.
Women victims of rape are innocent.
If they're actually been raped, yeah. You're right.
Hey, you're a piece of shit. Get the fuck out of my life. Never come back. Guys, I'm gonna restart. I'm gonna restart the stream after that. That is crazy. Also, Michael, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo from 33 minutes ago. I guess I didn't see that until now. I appreciate you for that love if you're still in here. Holy bro, blaming the victim in the hypothetical I gave him just to test his logic. That's crazy. And Peaches, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo for being Parker. I appreciate you for the love, Peaches. We are going to go ahead and restart the stream here to the 1.1 thousand people in here. I'm going to be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure to tune right back into the stream. We just have
of breakfast, but I chose the Wheaties. It aligns with
to get this live out and across the For You page. We get a day ban, and now we are just fighting. We are clawing to get back into the algorithm, and it's going to be hard. So y'all really got to help us here. Anyways, we're going to go ahead and start pulling up our first guests here shortly to quickly retouch on my position. I don't think there's any good reason to vote for Trump. I definitely don't think that Biden is a good leader. I don't think that Biden is coherent. I don't think that Biden is in a position to be leading the country. But, it's either you get stabbed or you get shot. I'd take the stab wound over the pew wound. And that's why I'm voting for Biden. It's the lesser of two evils, and that's a fact. Without further ado, guys, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. We're going to go and get our first guests of the night up, and make sure to let me know. But end of story, Biden's old, but Trump is dangerous. All right. Let's go and get our first guest of the night up in here. Let's go and see what Lucian has to say, y'all. Everyone just give us a moment here while our first guest of the night loads up. What's up, man? How old are you? Thank you for the cap.
Hello, I'm 20.
You're 20. Are you voting for Dipey Don?
No, I'm voting for Joe Biden.
All right, WWW, we are just looking to talk to people who are voting for Trump. I'm so sorry, but people come up in here saying that you're voting for Biden. I'm so sorry. What? Sam, what's going on? How old are you?
Bro, I've been watching you for a week now.
Nice,
and I've been
bro.
waiting to get on with these.
How old are you?
I'm 22.
You're 22. Are you voting for Dipey Don?
Yes, I am.
All right, real quick, before you tell me why, you said in the chat that I'm paid.
Yeah, I saw one of those palette media videos. I thought it was pretty funny. I was trying to get your attention.
Yeah, could you give me any evidence that I'm paid by the DNC to do this?
DNC. Nah, I saw one of those videos where one of those guys was how the palette.
Corey, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo for much love. I appreciate you for that love, Corey. Corey in the comment section. So do you actually think I'm paid or not?
I mean, you could be, through shell companies, through donations, people could anonymously pay you. I don't really care, though. I mean, you get paid to do these lives by donations. So it's
yeah.
One way or another, you're paid.
So why are you voting for Trump, sir?
I think the next 4 years could go either with Biden, where we don't really go anywhere, or with Trump, where, he's already...
Where he runs it into the ground.
I mean, the one thing I really care about, where I do like, is the payroll tax and how he's asking to eliminate it. I think that is probably the one thing where if he were to just do that in the next 4 years it would be a lot better than us just running around in circles around Biden again, where it's just like we're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Biden didn't really do anything.
Can I be honest with you?
Yeah.
Yo, first of all, Catherine with the $25 on Venmo. Yo, let's go. Let's get some W Catherines in that chat for the $25 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that love, Catherine. Y'all, please show some love to Catherine down below. Thank you so much for the $25, and that's Catherine with a K. So when you're like speaking on expectations of Trump, and that's why you're going to elect him into office, I think that this talking point ultimately fails for the reason that he set many expectations for himself out in his first term where he didn't provide. He said he was going to build a wall and stick the bill to Mexico. He built less than 20% and footed the bill to the American taxpayer. He planned us an infrastructure bill, never got it done in 4 years. Biden got it done in his first year, and he's a chronic liar. He's a narcissist with he's a pathological liar. Denying the 2020 election, denying the civil court case for rape, denying the fraud in context of his 34 felonies. I personally wouldn't trust a single word that comes out of this man's mouth. So this is a failing argument, sir.
Yeah, it's not, because when you look at what he had to go against, everyone was shutting down everything he tried to do. The wall, yeah, you don't need to build 20%, but the Jobs Act and the tax cuts, they were pretty good all around, especially accounting for escalation. People say, well, it helped the 1% more. Well, that's because the 1% gets charged 45% more for their taxes on anything.
So why should they still be given a disproportionate amount of tax breaks? Like,
Well,
we
they're
understand that the
not.
top 1% pays 45% of taxes, but this would only give us more reason to give more of those tax breaks to the middle class. Right?
Right.
Because this
When you look
would
at
decrease
equality-
federal income from taxation less, as the top 1% pays 45% of taxation, while making the life of the average working class American better at the sake of the 1%, in comparison to making the life of the 1% better at the sake of the middle class.
Right, but it also took away the ability for the rich to write off all of their state taxes, their property taxes. He limited it down to only $10,000, to where, someone who isn't making that much money, their property tax isn't going to be that high, right? They're going to be able to write off up to $10,000, but someone who is making a lot more
So
than that.
So the top 1% paid less in taxes because of the tax breaks. Do you contend that?
I'm going to say that because of the 20% cut that every business got, that mostly what the 1% do have businesses, everyone got the same 20%. Due to escalation, for someone who made $40,000.
No, that's a lie.
year,
83% of the tax breaks went to the top 1%, and it footed a bill of $2.5 trillion on the American taxpayer through debt-related spending, as well as there's studies from the Tax Policy Center that could plausibly indicate that over the 10-year lifespan of Trump's tax code, that this actually decreases the after-tax income for the average working-class American while increasing it for the top 1%.
How that works in the practice, I wouldn't be able to tell you, simply because I look at the standard deduction, it's higher now. I look at the child tax credit, it's higher now, right?
Wait, it's higher now? We're still under Trump's tax code.
The child tax credit, yeah.
Oh, like
yeah,
it became higher
deduction.
from it. Yeah, okay, got
Yeah,
it.
yeah. So the deduction, so we get to deduct more.
Yeah.
When I look at the 20%, like I said, it was $40,000. If you're making $40,000 and you subtract the standard deduction,
Bro, but we're talking about the full effect of the tax policy. We're not just talking about the standard deduction. We're talking about the full effect of the tax policy over its 10-year lifespan.
You're never really gonna have a completely fair tax deduction, simply because if you give
Can you name one
10%,
policy that Trump signed into law that benefited the working class American more so than the rich people?
I would say the one was where he eliminated, I believe it was under Obamacare, where if you didn't have health insurance, you were fined when it came to tax season. I believe in 2019 is when he eliminated that. And
So what's the name of the policy?
I don't remember on the top of my head, but I do remember.
You can go on pause and find it.
Yeah, give me 1 second. It was give me 1 second.
All right, well, Sam's looking for that source. We're going to go ahead and bring up another guest here. Everyone just kind of give us a moment here, guys.
What is going on, Dean?
Hey, what's up? How old are you?
I'm over 40. We're good.
You're over 40. Nice. So you're voting for Trump?
Absolutely. I'm not going to stay in this mud hole.
Oh, the mud hole. Like, what are you speaking on? Inflation here?
But hey, I got a question because I was scrolling.
Can you answer my question? When you're saying that we're in a mud hole right now, are you referencing like higher rates of inflation, or what are you referencing?
Oh man, where do you want to start? Businesses suffering, closing.
Yeah, how did Biden cause businesses to suffer and close?
Well, first of all, So Biden is the CEO of the country, right? The president is the CEO of the nation. Absolutely, absolutely. And consumer confidence is extremely low right now because people are scared to spend money. They're scared to invest. They're scared to take out a mortgage.
How did Biden cause consumer confidence to decrease?
I know you're not just asking me that. That's literally so obvious. Your own party has admitted to it.
Okay, if the answer's obvious, you should be able to clearly detail it to me, right? So what's the answer here? How did Biden cause consumer confidence to decrease?
Well, first of all, because he can't walk down one step without help.
Okay, so Biden not being able to walk down one step without... So Biden falling upstairs caused inflation, caused businesses
No, I'm just
to close,
giving you
caused
one,
consumer confidence to decrease?
You asked for an example. I gave you one tiny example of millions of reasons why people don't trust this guy to boil an egg. I mean,
okay, but real, there's a difference here, right? Because I particularly ask you how Biden is causing businesses to close, how Biden is causing inflation, and you're referencing his like incoherence, right? Can you tell me how Biden's incoherence
his policy,
his policy is great. What policy did Biden influence to get passed that caused inflation?
He's against Trump's policies. That's what the guy was trying to tell you before.
Such as what?
People are scared of him reversing Trump's policies, especially some that are getting ready to expire soon.
Can you tell me like the name of the policy that Biden's not going to reverse that caused inflation? And also, if it hasn't expired yet, well, then how do you explain the inflation in 2021 and 2022?
Okay, you're like all over the place now.
No, you're all over the place, sir. You're making the claim. You're making the claim that Biden caused inflation, and you said it was because of policy. I asked you to name the policy that Biden influenced to get past that caused inflation. You couldn't name it.
Yes, I'm telling you. Hold on just a minute. Ain't nobody got time for that. So, literally, one of the reasons that we're in this situation is some of Biden's like craziness that he's done, which is reversing like 100 of Trump's executive orders. He has gone crazy with the border. That has caused hysteria and people to not have faith in their consumer confidence or their spending or their investing. Interest rates. I mean, it's really just like a cornucopia of a hot mess that he's gotten us into. And your response for everything is, tell me one policy. Tell me one. I mean, dude, just open your eyes. Go out and buy some milk.
All right, Dean's going to cook now. Dean's going to cook now. You're saying that Biden reversing Trump's executive orders caused inflation. Name the fucking executive orders. My guess is that you can't. Debunked. When we're referencing the border particularly, we currently have the same amount of daily border crossings as we had under Trump's term at the end, as well as it was Trump who blocked the border bills by passing through Congress because he quote-unquote didn't want to make the Democrats look good. And you can't contend this because he said at a rally for y'all to blame him when the border bills fail. Debunked. And then when you're referencing a decrease in consumer confidence because of his character, well, how come the fact that Trump is a convicted felon, a proven rapist, a fraudster that denied the
conclusion? He's not a proven rapist. He was
held civilly liable for sexual abuse or rape in a civil court by a jury of 9 of his peers.
Civil law versus criminal law? Do you even have a clue about civil law versus criminal law?
I do, but before we pivot, name the executive order that Biden reversed that caused inflation.
What?
Yeah, before we pivot to that, I love to talk about this issue.
He has reversed over 100 executive orders.
Name the particular ones that he reversed that caused inflation.
Oh my gosh, dude. Like you're absolutely mad.
No, I'm smart. I'm intellectual. I critically think. I ask questions. Name the executive order that he repealed that caused inflation.
You want the name of the executive orders. Okay.
We can't hear you when you're on pause, sir. You get the name of that executive order. We're going to go ahead and pull our next guest up in the meantime, keeping him on the live. Let's go ahead and see what Jenna has to say. Y'all, if we're in the guest request, make sure we're riding with Mr. Dabadon. Ladies and gentlemen, we are having so much fun here today. Let me get that straight. I'm going to go ahead and do a quick poll in the chat. Let me see a smiley face if you're riding with Biden. Sad face if you're voting for Diaby Don. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. See, we're having fun tonight, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it's all about. Just up here shitting on the MAGA cultists, having fun. No problem. How we doing? How old are you?
Hey, what's up, man? I'm just come over here to say I like what you're doing. Keep doing it.
I appreciate you for the love, man. Appreciate you for the love. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. If we're in the queue, make sure that we're voting for Trump. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. I appreciate you for that. What's going on, Josh? How old are you?
39.
39. Are you voting for Dipey Poopy Smelly Don?
You know, I voted for Hillary and I voted for Biden, but I am voting for Trump.
Why so?
You know, I'm a business owner. I own a chain of vape shops, and people just don't have money to spend. I know you're going to say, tell me what policy Trump or Biden.
So people don't have money to spend. So how did Biden cause people to make less money?
You have to understand, you can't necessarily blame it on Biden. You have to blame it on the Democratic Party, man.
How did the Democratic Party cause people to make less money?
Have you ever been to
Also,
any type
yeah,
of
you should blame it on
Democratic-
Biden. This is a presidential debate, sir. Trump versus Biden.
Okay, well, I would say regulations, man.
Regulations? What particular regulations did Biden introduce that caused people to make less money?
Well, let's talk more about what Trump blocked from happening. And you know, again, I'm a single issue voter. So, and why do you have to be like so arrogant and so like? Why can't you just like talk to people without being so like totalitarian? Like, let's talk, bro. I'm not here to bash on you. I'm not here to.
So you don't like me because I seem arrogant and totalitarian,
I
but
like
then
you,
you're going to
dude.
turn around and you're going to vote for Trump, who denied the 2020 election results, told his vice president not to validate the results of the 2020 election, caused an insurrection, and convinced tens of millions of American voters to have virtue of distrust in our civil electoral processes because he just wanted to cry and why, baby?
Think about mail-in ballots.
Kelsey, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Mail-in ballots. Let's talk about mail-in ballots. Mail-in ballots are great, sir. How do you expect the soldiers overseas to vote without mail-in ballots?
I think there's ways that they could vote without having to mail their ballots in, don't you?
Like what?
Like have polls at places overseas where they're at, where they can actually issue those ballots.
How's that different? Don't they have to just mail in the certification of those polls? Do counting in America. We always do counting in America. Another thing here. Did you know that Trump actually voted via mail-in ballot?
I'm sure he did. That's how I voted.
He did. What about our elderly
But I don't
voters?
think
What about our
that's how you
disabled voters?
I still think that when you put the ability to mail in ballots, you really open up a whole lot of potential fraud.
Okay, so can you give me any evidence that there's enough voter fraud in the 2020 election to sufficiently overturn it?
I can't. You know, I'm not hard.
Because there isn't any. He was disproven in 60 courts, by the way, Josh. I just want to point that out there. He brought this case that the 2020 election was rigged, that it was stolen from him, that he was the true one and only President Trump. And guess what they all told him? They all told him he had no sufficient evidence, there was no standings, and booted his ass, including 17 courts with judges that he appointed.
So tell me why you think Biden is better than Trump when he's literally shitting his pants on stage.
Oh, shit. Really? Wait. Biden shit his pants on stage? How do you feel if I played you a clip right now of Trump sharding live during the debate?
I would probably feel pretty indifferent. It honestly wouldn't matter to me. Think about it.
Okay.
There's two 90-year-old dudes up there. One who is arrogant as fuck, which I definitely Trump is arrogant as fuck.
So Josh, just to clarify, you're going to take the fascist, you're going to take the rapist, you're going to take the felon, you're going to take the guy that said he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, said that he likes to walk into the changing rooms of teen girls at Miss Teen USA because he quote owns the place, or the guy, Two Spheres, I appreciate you for the rhythmic bear, or, you know, like this same guy that denied the results of the 2020 election with no evidence and superimposed virtues of distrust in our civil and electoral processes and tens of millions of American
The
voters
gaslighting.
over the course of the last 4 years, because apparently Biden shit his pants on stage. But as soon as I ask you about your feelings about a clip of Trump sharding on stage or shitting his pants during the debate, you don't care? Okay, crazy. Anyways, why I'm voting for Biden. I'm voting for Biden because he has some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history. We're talking about the Chips and Science Act. We're looking at the PACT Act. We're talking about the Inflation Reduction Bill. We're talking about the Infrastructure Bill. I'm also voting for Biden because he doesn't pose a threat to our democracy, because he wasn't held civilly liable for rape, and he wasn't convicted of 34 felonies. He's not an absolute crybaby. He's not a narcissist. He's not a compulsory liar, okay? He won't run our country into the ground. He doesn't back Project 2025, then lie about it, putting the rights of marginalized communities on the line. Sir, these are the facts. What do you have to say about it, Josh?
He sniffs girls.
Oh, yes, and that's worse than everything I just named off. You're fucking...
It's not worse, but it's definitely on the list, and you have to realize that.
Oh, I do.
We're not stupid, guy. You can gaslight us with all of these talking points from MSNBC, but the American people are not stupid, and we're seeing it in real time. We're watching your party literally crumble before our eyes, and you can just keep playing this playbook because it's working for us. Look at all of the polls. Like, he has no path to victory whatsoever. It's over.
So just to clarify, so Real, just to clarify here, you actually don't have a response to anything I just said. Your response is, but the polls. Yeah, hey, vast majority of American citizens are ignorant. A vast majority of American citizens don't engage in critical thought, but the polls. Hey, I'm trying to get you to actually think on this live. You can't handle the facts. You can't handle the logic. You can't handle the thought. So what you do is, instead of actually engaging with it, you just cast them out, calling them far radical left talking points, and then speak about how Trump's winning in the polls. Actually contend them with facts, reason, and logic, and let's hear your rebuttal, sir. What do you have to say about Trump saying that he'll date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years? What do you have to say about Trump being a rapist? What do you have to say about Trump being held criminally liable?
He's not a rapist.
I appreciate you for the gifts, y'all.
I've already told you that. He's literally not a rapist. I don't know why you keep saying that.
Yeah, he is. He was held civilly liable.
Do you understand civil versus criminal law, even the basics?
Yeah.
Do you even understand it? Why don't you explain the burden of proof for a civil case?
Yeah, in the context of a civil case, the burden of proof would be what is most likely to have occurred.
No.
Yeah. Yes, it's what's more likely than not to have occurred. Why do you say no?
It's how the jury feels about the evidence presented and the orders given by the judge of, yes, what's most likely.
Wait, that's exactly what happens in a criminal court. It's just how the jury feels about the evidence that they presented, and they have to meet a threshold of beyond a reasonable doubt to presume guilt of the defendant. Thank you for the money gun. Just like in a civil court, they just have to meet a threshold of what is more likely than not due to preponderance of evidence.
Yeah, do you realize how big of a difference that is? Like,
it's a massive difference, sir.
Preponderance of evidence versus beyond a reasonable doubt is absolutely insane.
So there's definitely a difference there. But see, the thing is, while there's a difference there, I'd still say that civil courts are typically reliable. But I'd say that that civil courts are typically reliable within the claims in which they make. Would you disagree?
If you're using the word typically, yes.
Okay, so if it is the case that you typically accept the conclusions formed by civil courts, why would you reject the one in particularly when we're speaking about Trump's grape case?
Because exactly your definition, the word typically means not always are they accurate or correct, and it's never beyond a reasonable doubt in a civil case.
Yeah, but what I'm saying here is when we say that civil courts are typically correct, this would require you to provide with... No, real, let me talk here real quick. If civil courts are typically correct, then you would have to provide me with special reason insofar as why you reject the conclusion formed by the jury when we're speaking about Trump's grape case.
Well,
so what is the special reason why you reject that consensus? It's a unanimous jury's decision.
If you can slow down for a hot minute, ain't nobody got time for that. I will explain it to you. Okay, so you're going to let me. Okay, great. So the judge gave the definitions in the case and gave the instructions in the case, and he told the jury that if you feel like it could have possibly happened, then you are able to find him guilty.
Lie. Give me proof. Give me a source.
Go pull up, read the instructions the judge gave. That's
proof. Not a source. You go on pause, find a source.
That's a source. The judge is.
The judge did not instruct them to convict on what is possible. The judge instructed them insofar as what is probable. What is more likely than not. You can't just lie on the lie. Find me a source. Quit the yapping.
Hey, you control this huge screen for everyone. Why don't you pull up the judge's orders and show it to us?
Bro, you made the claim. You go on pause. You find me what to look up on Google, and I will read it out.
You can literally Google judge's orders in the case and pull it up.
Okay, so if you're saying if I Google judge's orders in the case.
In Trump's civil case.
All right. So
Now,
it looks like the first
it
thing.
won't work if you use the word grape because that wasn't the case.
Okay, so I just looked up judge's orders in the case Trump versus Carroll. The first thing that pops up is a Wikipedia page. The second thing that pops up is judge criticizes Trump's mid-trial mistrial request. So this is why you have to specifically go on pause, do the research yourself, find me the title of an article that specifically points out his instruction to the jury to convict on what is possible. You are not going to have me do your homework for you. You made a false claim, so you have to substantiate it. Go on pause, find the source.
What I'm trying to get you to understand the difference here and what you're talking about and what I'm talking about is we see visually live what Biden is doing to little
Pivot to
girls.
Biden because you can't substantiate your claim. Find the
don't
source.
see live or on video what Trump has done to anyone, but we can see with our own eyes, and you can continue to gaslight these people all you want with your fast talking and your MSNBC points, but
You're going up the
we see it
escalator?
live.
I'm going to
We
be
see
dating
it.
her in 10 years. Can you believe it? Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
He said, I'm going to be dating her. Who's he talking about?
Fifth grader.
Show it. Do it. He could have been pointing to Melania or whoever.
Well, I mean, the fifth grader responds to his question.
Thursday night. You're going up the escalator?
And he's not talking to the fifth grader. He's literally talking about someone else to the audience, and the fifth grader responds, and you're trying to make it look like he's actually talking to the fifth grader.
Oh, no, this wasn't as
That doesn't
an
work,
audience.
dude.
This is when he was walking up a
Why don't you
escalator.
show the video? Stop
Because
hiding
the
it.
I mean
Stop hiding it.
the video is pretty unclear.
Oh, really? It's really unclear. Okay, here we
it's
go.
just you can hear the
Everything's unclear to you, including the fact that
I
you
mean,
look like,
it's just a
ain't nobody
moving.
got time for that.
1 second,
Ain't
real
nobody got time for that.
Turbo. It is literally just a moving video of an escalator. So you could hear the 10-year-old respond to him, and he says that he's going to be dating her in 10 years. If he was
Her, someone else.
Hey,
He's
hey,
clear.
hey,
Can
hey,
you-
hey! If he
can
was
you even
referencing,
hear?
if he was referencing someone over the age of 18, why would he date them in 10 years instead of now?
If he was talking to the fifth grader, he would have said, I'm going to be dating you in 10 years. Are you seriously this out of it?
He asks a 10-year-old if she's going up the escalator, turns around to someone else, says, I'm going to be dating her in 10 years.
Exactly,
You think
but
he
you
said it to her
won't-
face? No, he said it to someone else. Answer my question here. If
But
he was
you
talking to
won't.
Melania, hey, answer my question. If he was making that statement that he was going to be dating her in 10 years to anyone but the fifth grader, then why would it be 10 years? Why wouldn't it be now? He specifically said 10 years because he looks at a fifth grader. He's like, oh, she's hot because he's a weird, creepy old man. And he's like, I want to fuck her, so I have to wait 10 years until she's
come
legal.
on. Are you serious right now?
Yes.
Now you're putting words in his mouth that he didn't even use.
What did he mean? What did he mean? You tell me what he meant.
Gaslighting. Keep
You tell me what he meant. You tell me what he meant, sir.
Nobody got time for that.
Tell me the relevant attribute that he pointed out within that fifth grade girl that led him to the determination that he wanted to date her when she was legal.
Bro, the fact that you're stuck on this for 5 minutes because it's the best you got is ridiculous.
It's the best I got because you don't have a response, sir. And the fact that you pivoted off of your bullshit claim that you made about the judge of the jury of the civil conviction for grape about Trump, you said that the judge instructed the jury to convict Trump if they just thought it was possible that he was guilty. That was an absolute lie. That was misinformation. That was false. I asked you to provide a source, and you couldn't, and you still haven't. Hey, Chad, why don't we hold this man accountable? Let's see some provide a sources in the comment section. Let's spam that shit up. Let's pressure him into providing a source for the false claim that he lied about in front of 2.5 thousand people.
Can I give you a source?
Give me a source that shows that the judge. 1 second. Give me a source from the jury. From the court case that shows that the judge instructed the jury to particularly claim Trump's guilt on a possibility instead of a probability, or in other words, what is most likely to occur. Or more
I'm going to
likely
give you a
than not.
direct quote, and then I'm going to let you respond. I like it when they touch the curly hair on my legs. It feels good.
So what you're referencing is a quote made by Biden. That's
Thank
weird as
you,
shit.
thank you.
But
know
what
the
did I
quote
add? So
because
hey, real.
people actually saw it with their own eyes.
Yeah.
You're talking about stuff that no one saw with their own eyes. We're trying to talk to you about things we see with our own eyes. You keep gaslighting us, and the American people are awake. They can see the
So,
video.
like, the reason that this actually doesn't really do anything for your position in the debate is you could point out, like, weird things
I'm
that
pointing
Biden
out
has said.
what
I'm going
we
to go ahead and
see.
finish. You could point out weird things that Biden has said, right? And I want to point out, like, that's fucking weird, right? Sniffing little girls, grabbing them on their shoulders, it's fucking weird. But how does this fail in comparison to Trump saying that he wants to date a 10-year-old in 10 years, Trump going on SiriusXM with Howard Stern and boasting to him about how he likes to walk into the changing rooms of teen girls half naked because he quote owns the place where there are being girls as young as 15 there and being held civilly liable for rape? It fucking fails in comparison. We are making a comparative analysis of who we should be voting for out of these two candidates. I'll make it clear, I don't respect Biden, and I don't think he's a good guy. I can never respect someone who supports genocide. But what he is the lesser of two evils. And I will definitely take the man that, smelt his granddaughter or said he likes it when people touch his legs over the rapist, over the felon, over the, fifth grade sexualizer, over the guy that likes to unconsensually grab women by the P word, self-admittedly so in Access Hollywood, over the guy that boasted about walking into the change rooms of teen girls. There's no comparison to be made, sir. But once again, another pivot, you said you were going to provide a source for your claim that the judge in the civil case, insofar as E. Jean Carroll versus Trump goes for the grape, that he instructed the jury to convict on what is possible, not what is most likely to have occurred.
You know what?
Give me that source.
I will. I'm going to Google the source. But my point is, you and most of the Democrats are telling us what we need to think. And what we're telling you,
we're telling you what happened.
Hold on. Can we talk? Like, what the difference is we're telling you what we visually see with our eyes. You're telling us what you want us to see. That is not there.
No, you're lying. Trump, out of his own mouth, boasted to Howard Stern on SiriusXM about walking into the changing rooms of girls. Trump, out of his own mouth, said he'd be dating a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Trump, out of his own conviction, was held civilly liable for rape. Trump, out of his own mouth on Access Hollywood, said that he likes to unconsensually grab women by the P word.
Gaslighting.
That's not gaslighting. I'm reporting on the facts. These are all things that Trump did, sir. These are facts.
Dude, they're not
These are facts. Yes. Do you deny that he said to Access Hollywood that he likes to grab women by the P word when he doesn't even have to ask? Do you deny that?
I don't deny that.
Then how can you say it's gaslighting when I'm literally giving you the facts?
Well, that's one thing from 15 years.
Do you deny that he was held civilly liable for rape by a jury of his peers?
He was not. No.
Okay, so you're just delusional. You actually reject reality.
That's not what they found him guilty of. He was found guilty. Why don't you actually state what he was found guilty of instead of making these extreme claims?
Yeah, he was held liable for sexual abuse, which we colloquially define as grape.
Okay.
It was grape, sir. How do you define grape?
That's not grape. How do you
define grape?
First of all, sexual harassment does not include grape.
Hey, no, sexual abuse does. How do you define grape?
Sexual abuse does not always involve grape.
Define grape.
You can be abused sexually without having grape involved. Absolutely.
Define grape.
Dude, I'm not going to do that because that's insulting to everyone's intelligence.
Define the word
You know what it means. I know what it means.
Apparently, we have a disagreement here because when I think of grape, I'm thinking about one part of any person's body entering into another individual without their consent. That's grape, point blank, period. And what E. Jean Carroll testified to was Trump entering into her vajayjay without consent. She didn't know if it was his hand, his pee-pee, or both. So when the jury particularly did not hold him liable for grape, that's because in 2022, the state of New York defined grape as a male member entering into the female member without consent. Since then, the law has been updated. And we don't reference legislation when we are defining these terms. Because guess what? If we refer to legislation to define grape for us, well then all of a sudden women who got chained down by their husbands and inserted into them without consent in the 1980s aren't victims of grape because grape in the context of marriage didn't become illegal until the 1990s. When we're referencing African-American slaves during Emancipation era slavery that would have white plantation owners that would force themselves upon them without consent, all of a sudden they're not victims of grape because grape could only be committed between white people. See what I mean, sir? When you come out here and you say it's not grape, you deny reality and you also deny other victims. That's the truth. But real quick, Candy with a $50 on Venmo. Holy shit. I appreciate you so much for the love. Let's get some massive W candies in that chat for the $50 on Venmo. Candy says I'm demolishing the pedo apology, so I appreciate you for the love. I want to get at least 50 W candies in that chat for the $50. Stanford with the $5. I appreciate you for the love. Carly with the $10. Thank you for the love. Let's get some massive W Carlys, massive W Stanfords, massive W candies. Thank you guys so much. And go ahead, sir. Let me hear your rebuttal.
My rebuttal is that everyone in this chat can see that when you get into a conversation about the presidential election, in every single scenario, you pivot to this grape issue, which isn't real, and then you pivot over to racism, just like the entire Democratic Party has for the past 100 years. And that's all you guys know how to do. When you get into a debate, you pivot into an area that stokes the flames of division, racism, and anything else that you can do to avoid talking about the actual subject and the matter at hand, which is the American people have seen with their own eyes who the president is. They live every single day. They buy groceries. They try to buy houses. They buy cars. They're trying to get things financed.
Yep. You denied a victim. You said Trump isn't a rapist. I destroyed you. And now you want a virtue signal and call me the piece of shit. You're saying I pivoted to racism. No, I pivoted to a context of grape that wasn't legally defined as such. You couldn't follow the logic because you don't think logically. So of course you'd understand that as a pivot. You just can't abstractly think and understand the analogy made there. But yap. And if you think this isn't an impertinent issue for the American public, well, then you are nothing more than a narcissistic, self-centered man who can't have empathy for the issues of others. The reason that I bring up the grape case so often on my lives here is because with Trump's track record of disrespect and violence towards women, how can we expect him to effectively legislate for their wants, needs, and desires inside of the Oval Office when he has done nothing but disregard, ignore, and violate them his whole life? This is an impertinent issue, and just because you have a dick doesn't make it any less important to discuss. It doesn't apply to you, but it should apply to the people that you love, the people that you care about, and about 170 million American women and girls. So without pivoting around this, you made the claim he's not a rapist, and I destroyed it. I want you to go ahead and tell me how I'm wrong. Trump is a rapist. I told you why. Prove me wrong.
See, you just keep wanting to stay on this is the interesting thing.
And you keep wanting to get off it before our conversation's over. You deny it, and then you want to pivot because you can't justify your denial.
I didn't deny that he has character flaws.
You denied that he's a rapist. I proved you wrong, and now you want to pivot away from that.
No, I just educated you on the difference between civil law and criminal law. That's what actually happened.
What did you educate me on the difference with is when you particularly made the claim that the standard of evidence upheld within a civil court is not due to the preponderance of evidence of what is most likely to be the case or more likely than not. You said no. You denied the facts. I educated you, sir. You also said that the judge instructed the jury to convict on what is possible. I asked you for a source because that is a blatant bullshit whole lie. You couldn't provide one and you moved away from it. I educated you, sir. You are just about as delusional as Trump when he denies the 2020 election when you say that you educated me. But go ahead and engage with what I said. You said that Trump is not a rapist because they held him civilly liable for sexual abuse. Then I explained to you how we colloquially reference sexual abuse as grape and gave you examples of when grape hasn't been legally defined as such in the past, such as a woman being raped by her husband in the 1980s, or such as an African-American slave being raped by the slave owner during the times of Emancipation era slavery. Go ahead and give me your rebuttal.
Look, why don't you pull up the polls that shows what Americans care about during this election, and let's discuss the top 5 of any of those polls. I will debate you on the top 5 reasons that Americans are giving as the most important decision-making factor in this election. And it is not this orange suit you have in the background, I promise you. It has nothing to do with that.
You have no
yeah, you don't want to pull that up.
Carla, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. On PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. W. Carla in the chat. Yeah, human rights should be an imperative.
Why aren't you discussing the top 5 reasons that matter the most?
We could pivot back to the first thing that you said. You said that Biden caused inflation.
Let's talk about the top 5 issues.
Lie. Tell me how Biden caused inflation.
Let's talk about the top 5 issues Americans are looking at when considering the next president. Let's do it.
I'll
take any poll. Pull up the top 5 most important reasons, and I will debate you on all 5 of them. Let's go.
So the first claim that you made when you came into the stream is that Biden caused inflation, and you still haven't given me an argument for that. Maybe you could flesh out your argument insofar as how Biden caused inflation, and then we could go over your other reasons why you're
Dude, because there is no one word answer for inflation. Like there's a whole huge list of reasons that cause inflation. First of all, overstimulating the economy, writing too many checks to people, giving away free money, devaluing the dollar, how people view you on the world stage, how people view their consumer confidence. Those are all reasons that ultimately affect inflation. Okay.
Yeah. So when you're referencing your first points, when we're referencing your first points about overstimulation to the economy or writing checks, I think that these are best reflected within the M2 money supply and the national debt. Okay. Do you contest that?
I'm sorry, I missed you. I was getting some water.
So overstimulation of the economy, like adding money to the economy, this is going to be best reflected within the M2 money supply, or how much money the feds are printing, as well as the national debt, how much money our country is spending. Would you agree with that?
Yes, that can affect it for sure.
Okay, so there's a greater increase of the M2 money supply under Trump's term than there was under Biden's as a response to COVID. And there's also greater national debt under Trump's term than Biden's.
So yeah, of course, because of COVID.
Well, even if we exclude COVID-related expenses, we still see that Trump added $4.8 trillion to the national debt in comparison to Biden's $2.2 trillion added that were non-COVID.
I don't think that's correct, actually.
Yeah, so you could just go online, search up Trump-Biden national debt. The first thing that will pop
No, I'm not
up,
disputing the national debt. I'm disputing when you take out COVID. I don't think you have those numbers because I don't think they exist.
Okay. Well, I mean, even if we just compare Trump's
that's a huge okay, because you keep pounding that in our heads on these lives.
Well, real. The reason that I'm just willing to accept your bullshit there is because if we exclude the COVID,
why is it BS?
Yeah, because of course the government spent money on
truth,
COVID.
don't just call someone BS.
Real. Let me speak here, little boy. So if we exclude non-COVID...
I'm over 40. It's a absurd to most people.
And you act like my fucking 6-year-old nephew. So if we exclude Trump's COVID-related expenses under the national debt and compare that to Biden's total national debt, COVID and non-COVID related, Trump still spent more. So you can make up some bullshit lie about how the expenditure under Biden relating to COVID wasn't actually related to COVID, and Trump still spent more. No, you can't say shit there. Wobby! Wow! You need a new conspiracy theory. You need a new upgraded tinfoil hat. Wow!
You need to drop that. Ain't nobody got time for that.
You need a new tinfoil hat, sir. You don't have a fringe conspiracy theory to address that point yet.
Bro, you're literally dressed like that. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Okay, yes. Because of the way that I dressed, I am wrong.
No, it just really,
what the fuck are we talking about?
Add much to
Yo, real quick, Juliet, I appreciate you for the $15 on Venmo. Juliet here says you are destroying Real Turbo. I appreciate you for the love, Juliet. Let's get some massive W Juliets in that comment section. Thank you so much for the love, massive Juliets. I appreciate you for the $15 on Venmo. Real, can you go ahead and say W Juliet? She just sent me $15 on Venmo. Show your support.
Hey, good for her.
Say it, W Juliet, say it.
W Juliet, go for it.
Let's go, awesome. Anyways, so what's your next point?
Someone making money, man, go for it. Do your thing.
So what's your next point? That point got destroyed. So what's your next one?
Let's talk about the border. Let's. That's an interesting topic.
Yeah. Do you currently think that we have a border crisis?
Oh, sorry, I choked. Yes, we do.
Did we ever have a border crisis under Trump's administration?
Not to this level, not even close.
Dory, I appreciate you for the money gun. How is it the case that we can have a border crisis right now, but we didn't under Trump's administration when we have the same amount of daily crossings right now as we did in January of 2021 under Trump's administration?
I like how you use the word right now as if you're talking about today or this month, but you don't want to talk about the entire time that Biden's been president, do you?
I actually love to talk about it because it makes Trump look really bad. Biden tried to propose 2 bipartisan border bills to the Congress.
When?
He got them legislated and designed. When? Yeah, let me grab the specific dates for you. Alrighty. Let's see here. I'm on Politico. It looks like we have a look over it from Politico on February 5th of 2024 for the second one. Then April 9th. So it's sometime before February of 24. Let's see. Oh, and then last year of 2023, we have a Secure Border Act. It doesn't look like I have a date on this. Okay, it's 5/2 of 2023. Anyways,
So hold on.
I'm gonna go ahead and finish there. You were just
Okay,
asking
sure.
me for
Go
the
ahead.
dates. So it looks like one of them was presented 5/2 of 2023. I don't know if that's the first or the second. But anyways, Biden tried to propose 2 border bills to the Congress. Then Trump called the Republican lawmakers in Congress, told them to vote against the bills because it, quote unquote, would make the Democrats look good, and then even went out at one of his rallies and told them to blame it on him if they fail, which they did. And then Biden introduced executive orders, decreasing daily crossings by 44%, bringing us back down to about 2,400 per day, which is the same amount of daily crossings that we had January of 2021 under Trump's administration.
Gosh, dude, you're actually pretty good at this gaslighting thing. But
Literally, I didn't gaslight you. I just give you facts. You're
Okay, let
deluded.
me give you some facts then. Let's say that a crisis happens in 2024 and our president has the ability to do something about it. Do you think if he waits until 2027 that would be a good president to respond to a crisis 3 years later? You think that's a good president? I just want to know. Come on.
So I'd say that the border crisis inevitably started in
No, answer my
2021.
question. Is 3 years a reasonable time to reply or respond to a crisis of the American people? Is that a
No, I
reasonable
would not.
time?
No, I would not say
Thank
that 3
you.
years is
Okay.
a reasonable
Whoa, dude,
time.
we agree.
However, I would say Biden walking into office in 2021 and then working out bipartisan legislation with the House and with the Senate, and then us signing this into law or attempting to 2 years later, with it being struck down by Trump, and then him putting it into his legislation through executive order, was awesome. He had a great response. He tried to get it done first on day one, by the way. But I think the overwhelming point here is that the border crisis was unexpected. I think that a lot of MAGA supporters like to pull the talking point that, well, he repealed the Remain in Mexico policy, he repealed a lot of Trump's executive actions, and this is what led to the border crisis. However, it is the case that the same executive orders and the same Remain in Mexico policy was not in effect under Obama's administration, and Obama had less border crossings than Trump. So I'd associate the cause of the crisis with a correlation causation fallacy, and I would say that Biden tried to address it in the House and the Senate with the border bills, but ultimately failed because Trump thwarted them for political power reasons until he passed his executive order that brought us back down to the same amount of daily crossings now as we had in January of 2021. But you never answered my question. How is it the case that we have a border crisis right now, but we didn't have a border crisis under Trump's term when we have the same amount of daily crossings right now as we had at the end of Trump's term?
The way that you pose a question, man, I got to tell you, are you like in law school or something?
No.
Okay. So here back to the two points. You just rambled for like 2 minutes, but I'm trying to get you to understand the American people see with their eyes. Okay.
Can you answer my question?
No, I'm answering it if you'll let me. Okay. So my whole point during this debate is what we see versus what someone's telling us. So what we see is a
Real
crisis.
quick, Carly, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo, and Ryan, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. Let's get some W Carlys and W Ryans in the chat, and also if you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal are in my bio. Thank you guys. Go ahead, man.
What we saw with our own eyes was a president responding to a crisis 3 years after the fact and during the election cycle. That's what we saw.
So that's a lie. These
you can
bills
tell
were
me what you
proposed
want
to
me to
Congress
see.
in 2023.
I
He assumed
told you
office
what
in
we actually
2021.
see. You can tell me what you want me to see. I'm telling you what American people actually see. with
Okay,
their
man.
eyes.
So either respond to my question or just stop the line. He assumed office in 2021, and these bills were proposed, written, drafted to Congress mid-2023. That's not 3 years. That's 2.5 years until it was on the House floor.
And how? And
So
how
it's
many?
absolutely insane for you to say 3 years when the date that it was put on the House floor was 2.5 years after he assumed office,
Hey.
right? So quit the line, and I'm going to give you one more opportunity to actually answer my question here. Because you haven't answered my question, I'm going to ask it for a third time. I'll give you 3 strikes, okay? 3 strikes, you're out. So the question I asked you once again was, how is it the case that we currently have a border crisis right now, but we never had a border crisis under Trump's administration, when it is the case that we have the same amount of daily crossings today as we had in January of 2021 under Trump?
Because the crossings have come down, because Biden is finally reacting 3 years later.
So you'd say we no longer have a border crisis right now?
No, it's still a hot mess, and even the Border Patrol says that.
So you still say that we have a border crisis right now. So how didn't we have a border crisis in January of 2021 under Trump?
The reason is because Biden came into office his first month, and he reversed at least 12 executive orders from Trump in his first 30 days. And then he went for 2.5, you can call it 2 years, you can call it 3 years, I call it 3 years, we'll settle at 2 years. Then he went 2 years while the American people were literally like,
right, real quick, how is it the case that Biden repealing Trump's like policy and executive order on the border caused the border crisis, when it's also the case that these policies and these executive orders were not present under Obama's administration, and we had less crossings under Obama than Trump or Biden for that matter?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy because we had less with Obama and Trump than we did with Biden.
Without the executive orders or the policy that you're saying caused the border crisis under Biden when he repealed them. So so you're saying the absence of these executive orders and the policies caused the crisis under Biden, but it is the case that we also saw an absence of these same policies and orders under Obama, yet we had less crossings under Obama in comparison to Trump. But also, just to clarify here, I gave you 3 strikes to answer my question. You still never did.
I did answer you. I absolutely answered you.
How can we have a crisis today when we have the same amount of how can we have a crisis today when we have the same amount of crossings today as we had under Trump's administration in January of 2021? You'd either have to say that it is the case that we had a border crisis today as well as we had a border crisis under Trump, or you'd have to say that the amount of daily crossings is not the reference for your determination of what is or isn't a border crisis.
Dude, this is like Groundhog Day. I mean, I literally just answered that question. Because
which one is it? Did we have a crisis in January of 2021 under Trump, or do you not use the amount of daily crossings to determine what is and isn't a border crisis?
Dude, you're oversimplifying and trying to get someone to answer a question that is much more complex than you're making the question. That's
not complex at all. It's not complex at all.
Yeah.
Do you use daily crossings to determine a border crisis?
That's
or do you
not
use
the
daily
only
crossings to determine a border crisis?
No, that is not the only determining factor. That is a great.
So what factors do you use to determine if we currently have a crisis at the southern border?
The entire administration's attitude about crossings in general.
What do you mean by that?
That means when Kamala, when she goes out and says, come on over, just come on over, that is an important aspect of a border crisis situation.
Can you play me a clip of this?
I mean, everyone's seen it, guy. I'm not going to do that with you. Like, everyone has seen it. We've seen their actions.
Your sources, trust me. Bro.
I'm going back to my original debate with you, which is you keep telling us what we need to see, and we keep telling you what we actually see.
No, I'm telling you what we actually see, and you're telling me what you see after you contort, control, shift, and change reality to fit your narrative. You're wearing the tinfoil hat, not me.
So the Border Patrol agrees with me, and you're saying that they're crazy, right?
The Border Patrol Union explicitly came out and said that they do not endorse Biden because during the debate, he said that they endorsed him.
Nor
that
would
was
they
false.
ever.
However, they specifically endorsed
ever.
Biden's border bill that Trump shot down in Congress.
They said, nor will we ever endorse him.
Okay, so their union. Okay, so you actually don't have the facts, you don't have the numbers, you don't have the policy, you don't know how to logically contend me. So then you have to jump to the border policy union saying that they don't support Biden.
Oh, you're so hot right now because you just got cooked.
How did I get cooked when I'm giving you the facts and you're just giving me these very weak talking points? I'm contending you with the numbers. I'm contending you with logic.
Telling
and then
me
you're
what
saying,
I need to see.
the border crisis union, sorry, the border union said that they don't endorse Biden, so therefore there's a crisis under Biden?
Keep telling me what I need to see versus what I actually see.
Wait, so I just want to clarify. I just want to clarify here real quick. So we have the same amount of. I just want to clarify here real quick. We have the same amount of daily crossings right now under Biden as we had in January of 2021 under Trump. And the reason you'd say we have a crisis today, but not in January of 2021, is because the Border Control Union doesn't endorse Biden. So just to make sure, we currently have a border crisis because of who the Border Control Union does and doesn't endorse. Go ahead and explain that logic to me, sir.
logic is I trust these people. They work the border every single day. I trust them. If they say there's a crisis, I'm going to believe them. They're on the front lines. They're risking their life, bro. And you're up here insulting these people and gaslighting these people. They said they will never.
When did I insult the border? Wait, I have a question. So they're down there, they're working on the front lines, they're in the nitty gritty. So what relevant qualifier are they going to use to determine a border crisis? Would it presumably be the amount of daily crossings and encounters?
It's called past performance predicts future performance. They know what Joe Biden stands for. They know what Kamala stands for. And what they're saying to you is we will never.
So you're actually saying that the reason we have a border crisis isn't because of what is actually happening at the southern border, but it's rather because of some secret, lucrative, conjecture-based claim that Biden has a negative view towards it.
No, I'm saying that the Border Patrol knows.
See, as soon as you learn that there's the same amount of daily crossings today as we had under January of 2021, this whole idea that daily crossings determine crisis goes straight out the fucking window.
How many crossings under this administration versus Trump? Why don't you talk about that number?
I don't know exactly how many we had under Trump. I saw a source yesterday that would indicate we had about 7 million.
Yesterday and today, right?
Yes, and I also know roughly how much we've had under Biden.
You know the numbers for yesterday and today.
One second, I'm still speaking. So we've had a roughly 7 million crossings or encounters under Biden's administration. I don't know how much we had under Trump. However, I'm obviously going to say it's less because that's a fact.
Well, if you had any real concern for the border situation, you would actually know those numbers.
Okay, I have a question. How many daily crossings do we have per day now? And how many daily crossings were there in January of 2021?
Dude, that's my point. You keep going to yesterday and today. You don't want to
Wait, but I thought you had a genuine concern for the border. And if you have a genuine concern for the border, I thought that you know these numbers. What happened to knowing numbers? No, see, your gaslighty false points fail when I turn around and apply it onto you. Also, hey, I have a big question for you, Turbo, right? So if having genuine concern for something means you know the facts, the statistics, let me ask you a question. When Trump claimed that the facts, the statistics, that Biden got more votes than him legitimately in the 2020 election were false, he denied them, and he didn't know how many votes Biden actually got in comparison to him because he denied the outcome of the election? Does this mean that Trump didn't have a genuine concern for the state of our democracy? Did this mean that Trump didn't have a genuine concern for civil and electoral processes? Did this mean that he was just a narcissistic crybaby, ignorant to the facts, therefore he didn't have a genuine concern due to your own logic?
No, it means that he had a concern about the voting process.
Wait, a concern of the voting process or a denial of the voting process?
Yeah, he had some denials of the voting process for sure. Yeah.
Do you support that? Do you think that the 2020 election was sufficiently rigged to be overthrown?
I know there were definitely problems. Now, getting to the point where it was rigged and overturned, I don't necessarily subscribe to that. But there's definitely problems with our election system. Absolutely.
Yeah. So would you then like say that Trump was doing something incredibly anti-democratic by denying our civil and electoral processes, even when proven wrong by 60 courts of laws, which conspired virtues of unfounded distrust in our civil and electoral processes and tens of millions of American voters over the course of the last 4 years? Even today, he's still not conceded the results of the 2020 election?
Is that a 1,000-word question?
I'm so sorry. Do I need to make it like, Trump deny election causes people to doubt our civil and electoral processes, poses a threat to our democracy, you accept election, do you disagree and disavow and condemn Trump for his denial?
So a 750-word question.
Rough, bro. Do I need to start using shapes? Do I need to get some toys? Come on.
No, but avoiding huge run-on sentences and then a question mark would be nice.
I made that incredibly clear, sir.
What was clear?
Okay, Trump.
If you could put let's say you were writing a blog post and you had to put a title. Could you give me a title of that question?
Trump denies election, inspires tens of millions of American voters to distrust civil and electoral processes, posing a threat to the state of our democracy. Do you agree with this?
I think it was very similar to what Hillary did.
How could it be similar to what Hillary did when Hillary just simply doubted the outcome and then conceded 3 months later, while Trump has inspired tens of millions of American voters over the course of the last 4 years and didn't just doubt but denied and still hasn't conceded to this day?
Hillary, she did concede, but she still doubts. Absolutely, to this day, she doubts.
Yeah.
And so does the Democratic Party.
Yo, Devin, I appreciate you for the $2 on Venmo. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I dig in on them just as much as I dig in on Trump if Hillary and Trump had the same reaction.
That's
but they
cool.
just
I'm glad
reacted
that
differently.
You and I have actually agreed on like 2 things so far, so that's good.
Yeah, like if she had the same reaction that he did, I'd be saying the same things about her. But
Yeah, he
she didn't, and
definitely
that's a
acted
fact.
different for sure. Yeah.
But like, will you like denounce Trump for like causing an insurrection, telling his VP to not certify the results of the 2020 election, inspiring these virtues of distrust in our civil and electoral process using tens of millions of American voters?
No, I'm not going to denounce him for.
So yeah.
For that
MAGA cult
total
over
list.
democracy.
No, for that total list, I don't denounce. But I mean,
MAGA cult over democracy.
I do have issues with some of the things that he did for sure.
Okay, MAGA cult over democracy. Thanks for your answer. One last question from me here today. We've went over Trump's track record. We've pointed out how disrespectful, sexual, and honestly violent Trump has been to women in his past. How do you expect him to effectively legislate for them and consider their wants, needs, thoughts, and desires when he's done anything but that in his past?
Okay, the answer to that is because you're, again, telling us what you want us to see, but women out there know how they lived under Trump and what he actually did and what they actually saw. Not
overturn Roe v. Wade.
Hold on. Not keep telling us, not keep telling these women what they need to know, but what they actually know about Trump. They lived during a Trump presidency. They know that all of these claims that you're making,
he took their rights.
Didn't actually happen. No, he didn't take their rights.
Yeah, he elected justices.
Court.
He elected those justices to the Supreme Court, particularly for the reason to overturn Roe v. Wade, and they succeeded in doing so.
They moved it to the states, man.
Yeah, which is terrible.
Well, to you it is, and maybe to others, yeah, but it
destroys the family unit and increases rates of poverty. It decreases levels of education and income. Says the facts. It says the facts, sir. So you'll believe any damn word that comes out of Trump's mouth with no justification, but as soon as I say something based upon the facts, based upon the research, you reject it without any reason. Wait, I have a question. If you accept anything that comes out of Trump's mouth, well, why don't you accept the clips of him sexualizing the 5th grader or saying likes to unconsensually grab women by the P word?
For the new users in the chat, here he goes again with the deflection back to the 5-year-old.
Oh, no, real turbo. I literally just brought these up, and you said that I was telling women what they wanted to hear, not what actually happened. These are actually things that Trump said.
No, you're completely taking it out of context. Play the video again for the new people in the chat. Play it.
Oh, sure, dude. Why not? I love talking about Trump at it.
You played it a while ago. Play it again. Because I want to know
when. Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
Why don't we play it again?
Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
He's clearly not talking to the 5-year-old. He's talking about someone else to the 5-year-old. And the fact that you don't understand that really kind of describes your entire attire today, basically.
Okay. So if he wasn't saying that he'd be dating the 5th grader in 10 years, well, then why would he mention the 10 years? Because if he was talking about someone who's currently over the age of 18, wouldn't he just date them now? No, it's very clear what he was saying. He looked at this little girl, sexualized him, and then he said, can't wait to fuck them when I'm legal.
That's not what he said.
When they're legal.
See how you gaslight and twist things? Twist, turn.
Oh, be so fucking for real. You think that he wanted to date the 5th grader in 10 years because she had a good personality?
He wasn't talking to her. He said, I'm going to date her. He said her, and he was talking, if he was talking to the 5th. If he was talking to the 5th grader about dating the 5th grader, he would have said, I'm going to date you in 10 years. Are you really that off?
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm just going to, echo? Oh, you're good. Yeah. So I'm just going to clarify on this once again, and then ask the same clarifying question. Shy girl, I appreciate you for the money gun. So he looks at the 5th grader, says, hey, are you going up the escalator? She says, yeah. Then Trump turns around to whoever he was with, and he says, I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it? So once again, one second, Turbo. I'm not done. My clarifying question in here is, you're positing the idea that he wasn't referencing the little kid when he was saying that he was going to be dating this woman, this girl, in 10 years. So if he was referencing a woman, someone above the age of 18, why would he say that he'd date her in 10 years when he could just date them now?
Maybe because his threshold is like 20 or 30 years old, not 15. I mean, that's very simply answered, dude.
Oh, so you agree that he was sexualizing the little girl?
No, I don't agree at all.
Okay, so then if he was referencing a woman of the age...
You won't show the context. You won't play the entire video.
Yo, Stacy, with a $50 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much for the love, Stacy. Let's get 50 W Stacy's in that chat for the $50 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love, Stacy. Massive W Stacy's all day, every day, baby. Thank you so much for the love. Massive W Stacy's. Yeah, you're controlling, you're contorting reality. I think it's abundantly clear to all 3.1 thousand people that have been watching this stream that your whole gaslight monologue about me telling people what they want to hear while you
ain't nobody got time for that.
False. Because it is the case that you're denying this clip of Trump sexualizing a 5th grader, and you can't respond to the obvious fucking question at hand being, if he wasn't referencing a minor, then why would he say he'd be dating them in 10 years and not now? Because if they weren't a minor, he could date them now. See? The logic falls apart.
Show the video. Show the video.
The video is so uninteresting, but I'll play the video for you.
Okay.
But there's like the video is like terribly uninteresting.
Can you show us like the 10 seconds before and the 10 seconds after?
I only have this clip. I'll play it for you again. The video is really like uninteresting.
You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years.
There you go. There's a video. Like I said, pretty uninteresting.
So you keep telling us what you want us to see versus what we actually see. I love it.
So what do you actually see?
I actually see nothing. I see an escalator.
Oh, I mean, it's more so in like what you hear. It's the audio.
Tell me what I see. Please continue to tell me what you want me to see. I love the Democrats. They want to tell you what.
So like, what do you get when you hear that clip? Like, what do you?
Dude, no one has
get
a
off
clue.
of that?
You don't have a clue who he's actually talking about or to. You just hear two voices in the background that actually seem kind of weird.
Okay, so just to clarify, Trump says, "Are you going up the escalator?" 5th grader says, "Yeah." Trump turns around and says, "I'm going to be dating her in 10 years."
How do you know she's a 5th grader?
It's assumed based upon how high her voice
Assumed.
is.
Well, you know what they say about assume.
I mean, how old do you think she sounded?
Bro, I don't know if that was even a real person. That could have been, who knows? Like, it's a weird video, first of all. And
No, answer my question. You heard the voice. How old do you think she sounded?
I mean, she definitely sounds like a little girl, but he's not talking about
Okay, so
her.
you're getting mad at me for assuming it was a little girl when you say she was definitely a little girl?
No, I'm just saying you keep...
Fuck out of my live. All right, we're going to move on to our next guest. These MAGA cultists don't stand a chance. Yes, I assumed it was a little girl because it sounded like a little girl. He's like, nah, liberal assumption, blah, 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 holy water, go to church. Then I'm like, how old do you think she sounded? And he's like, yeah, that was definitely a little girl. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. If we are in the queue, make sure that we're voting for Trump. In the meantime, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Also, make sure that we're sharing out this live to a couple friends. And if you're watching right now and you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds over those platforms in comparison to about 30 here on TikTok. You also get a notification at the top of my phone screen with your name as well as an attached message and an amount. We're going to go and load up our next guest. Everyone just kind of give us a moment here, though. All right, Hunter, you're not loading in. If you're MAGA, make sure to let me know at chat. Make sure to let me know in the chat. I'm seeing a lot of things come in here in the chat. All right, we're still trying to load up our next guest. Everyone just do be patient in the meantime. We're going to try to get Christopher up in the live. Seeing some people saying that Trump was shot at.
Hey, little fella.
Hey, what's up? How old are you?
57.
Are you voting for Trump, little bro?
100%.
All right, why so?
Why? Well, the way the things currently stand, not a chance in my mind Biden's going to make it another 4.5 years on his feet. So we're really not voting for Biden if he was the option.
Cody, I appreciate you for the 1 cent on Venmo. Yeah, I'll take the old man over the rapist.
Say that again?
You're just saying, like, you're being, like, ridiculous. You're being hyperbolic. You're saying,
I'm being ridiculous.
Yeah, like, but I'm gonna, hey, man, I'm talking. I'm
Yeah.
talking. Thank you.
You're always talking.
Thank you. Calm down. Calm down. Regain composure. Regain composure. There you go.
Take a
So
deep
you're saying that
breath.
the reason you're not voting for Biden is because you don't think he'll be able to stand on his feet for another 4 years? Obviously fucking hyperbolic. But
Right.
at the end of the day, I'm going to take the old man that has good policy over the old man that's been held civilly liable for grape.
So you know that the verdict was split and the jurors actually rejected Carol's claim that she was raped, finding Trump responsible for a lesser degree of sexual abuse. Are you aware of that?
So about the split in the jury,
Are you aware of that? It's just yes or no?
So as far as the first
Well,
point
that's a
about
no. You didn't. I got
So
you.
as far as the first point about the split in the jury, that's wrong. As far as the second point about them not holding him liable for grape, that's right, because it's the reason that under New York state law, grape is defined as the male member entering into the female member without consent.
Yeah, which didn't happen.
Under her own
You keep saying
testimony,
it.
under her own testimony, she said that she didn't know if it was his hands, his member, or both. Regardless of that, I define grape as any part of one person entering into another without consent. Yo, Liam, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. Oh, he just requested $10 and called me a slur.
What's
Go
that?
ahead.
I've never called you a slur.
No, someone like requested $10 and called me a slur. Anyways, can you give me any evidence that shows a split in the jury?
Yeah, you can go out to AP News and you can go read a jury. I'll read it to you, right? And then you can go look this up. You want the title of the article? Jury finds Trump liable for sexual abuse, awards accuser $5 million. AP News, first line: the jury found Donald Trump liable.
Yes, I
to
appreciate you for the
sexual
$3
abuse.
on Venmo. Thank you for the love.
You want me to read it out loud?
I just want evidence that there's a split in the jury. Under the Fourth
Right,
Amendment
but-
of the U.S. Constitution, jury decisions.
Jury
are
finds Trump
unanimous.
liable for sexual abuse, right? Then you can go right in here. Verdict was split. Jurors rejected Carol's claim she was raped, finding Trump responsible for a lesser degree of sexual abuse. The judgment adds to Trump's legal fees and offers vindication to Carol, whose allegations have been mocked and dismissed by Trump for years. Blah, blah, blah.
Oh, you're saying a split in the jury? And so, yo, Aisha, I appreciate you for the $5 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Aisha. Thank you so much for the love. You're saying like a split in the verdict insofar as I'm not holding him liable for grape, but yes, for sexual abuse. Yeah,
Yep.
so we colloquially reference sexual abuse as grape.
You colloquially can reject whatever you want, but the jurors rejected Carol's claim she was raped, right? You can go
Okay,
read it.
so-
you can go
so once
through it
again-
all you want. So
Okay,
you're just going to be a semantics guy.
So I will clarify this once again. She actually didn't testify to being raped insofar as what is considered grape under New York state law. She actually testified that she didn't know if it was the hand, the pee-pee, or both. Because how does New York state law define grape? They define it as a male member entering into the female member without consent. She testified to it was either the hands or the pee-pee. And she didn't know if it was one or the other or both. So once again, how do you
But
define
now
grape?
you don't believe a jury?
Bro, I believe that they didn't have sufficient evidence to convict him of his pee-pee entering into her vajayjay without consent
So then
because
why
that's
do you
not what
keep
she
calling him a
testified to.
rapist if they didn't have the evidence?
Because when I define grape, I'm talking about any
Right,
part of
so
one
it's
individual
your
going into another.
definition.
How do you define grape?
Well, I would call it penetration, but we don't have evidence that that happened. So if you want to say that
Okay,
it was
I have a
convicted of
question.
SA, I'm
I have a
with you.
question. So just to
Because
clarify
you're
here,
a fact guy, right?
just to clarify here, on one hand, New York actually updated their state law in 2023 to include all forms of penetration, not just from the male member. But I have a question real quick. Can a woman grape another woman?
Absolutely.
But how? Because under your worldview, grape is only the male member going into the female member without consent.
It's penetration.
Oh, it's penetration? Well, then you would agree that Trump is a grapist because they testified to Trump penetrating E. Jean Carroll. They just didn't know if it was with the fingers, the male member, or both. And New York state law at the time specifically defined grape as a male member.
I'll go with what the jury stated versus your feelings.
The jury stated that they didn't
The
have
jury
sufficient evidence to
stated-
indicate. Bro, you're so fucking delusional. The jury rejected the grape charge because they upheld grape as defined by New York state law at the time. You are so delusional. I'm going to break this down one last time. Elaine, I appreciate you for the $4.04 on Venmo. Thank you for the love. I'm going to break this down for you one last time. New York state law at the time defined grape as the male member entering into the female member without consent. The jury rejected that Mr. Trump had raped E. Jean Carroll provided this definition because she testified that she didn't know if it was the male member, the fingers, or both. But what the jury accepted was that either the male member or fingers had entered into her vajayjay without consent. This is how we use the word grape. This is how New York state law and 22 other states currently define grape. And this is how we should define grape.
Are you done?
I just explained it to you.
Good.
With
So maybe
patience
then
and
you can go into
communication.
why Kaplan would have denied Trump's DNA.
Before we pivot to the DNA, you're going to either concede or rebuttal my argument insofar
Oh,
as...
no, you can have your own feelings about it. I don't care. I'm not going to try and change your position.
Can you give me a rebuttal, sir?
No, I'm just going to let you go ahead and hold on to your...
All right, if you can't give me a rebuttal, we're moving on. Also, the reason he denied his DNA is because it was after the cutoff point, insofar as when either the defense or the prosecution could submit their DNA, he had a 2-year window to do so, and they couldn't. That's right. That's how you deal with those motherfuckers. Shy Girl, I appreciate you for the money gun. And Emily Meyer with the $40 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get some massive W Emily Myers in that chat. Thank you so much for the $40 on PayPal. That's awesome. Shy Girl, thank you for the money gun as well. Massive W Emily Myers in the chat. Thank you so much for the love. Massive W Emily Myers, y'all. Thank you for the hand arts as well. And Carly, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Carly says, can you please say hi to my mama? What is going on, Carly's mama? Also, Anissa, thank you for the $3 on Venmo. Jackson, thank you for the 10 cents. And Grace, thank you for the $1. I appreciate you guys so much for the love. All right, I see a lot of y'all talking about Trump being shot at a rally. That's crazy. Where is this coming from? So the latest update from AP, Trump escorted off stage by Secret Service during rally after loud noises ring out in crowd. I don't know why y'all are saying shot. It's on CNN Live. Okay. Yeah, let me go get the updates from the CNN. We're going to go and load up our next guest, Josh, in the meantime, y'all. Guys, if we're enjoying the stream so far, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. What's up, Josh? How old are you?
Hello, Dean. I'm going to throat fuck you, you little slut.
Okay, so
Trump for
pro-LGBTQ+.
president. For Trump.
Well, I mean, he doesn't support the LGBTQ plus community, so how could you vote for Trump?
Yes, he does. Trump's a closeted transsexual. What are you talking about?
Get the fuck out of here. Moving on to our next guest. That was gross. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
36.
36. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
All right. Why so?
I just don't like the American people being enslaved by the government, and under Trump, that honestly just did. Explain. Yeah, let me explain. Let me explain. You don't have to. I'm still talking, right?
I just muted you there for fun. You could go and unmute. You're just... Go ahead. Unmute. Go ahead.
Okay. Do you not see the middle class completely going away currently under this administration, how it's been absolutely destroyed in 3 years? Do you not see that? Do you not feel that every single day? Do you not see everything going on when it comes to my grocery? Hold on. Everything in our lives going up. Okay. Everything. It has nothing to do with...
How did Biden cause inflation?
Okay, and talking about the money that you were talking about, who spent more, who's created, took out more money, I guess, right? Fake money, printed money. You're right. Under the Trump administration, there was a massive amount of...
Hey, how did Biden cause inflation?
Let me explain this, okay? Under the Trump administration, there was more money printed, and you are correct. Do you know that 2/3 of that was given out to COVID-related checks to people? 2/3 of this was given out to COVID-related checks. Okay. Do you know where the massive amounts that Biden has gone? Oh, and not only that, the another amount of money printed out under Trump was also for reopening pipelines, helping out pipelines, trying to help diminish.
Hey,
You know,
how did
trying to
Biden
help
cause
those.
inflation?
Okay, by one, printing out money to help close pipelines, printing out money to send overseas, something that actually is either printing out an American dollar that is going not to Americans. It's not going in our economy. It's actually killing our economy. Whereas Trump, the money that he printed actually went into our economy. So if you want to base it off of like actual money printed, yeah, sure, you could win there, I guess. But if you actually want to go economy wise, why was Trump's economy so great if he printed so much more money? Please explain that to me. Why is my grocery bill and all Americans' groceries
Do you
bill
mind if I
4
hop into the
times higher?
conversation here?
Yeah, yeah. Why is inflation and the cost of living 4 times higher than what it was under Trump?
Yeah, because we experienced global inflation as a result of the pandemic. Like when people try to make the claim that Biden caused inflation by printing money, I mean, you self-rebutted there by making
It's
the
how he
admittance.
used the
Hey,
money
hey, man,
that caused inflation.
I'm talking. Give me a second. So, I mean, you just made the self-admittance that Trump printed more, which
No,
I
I
think
didn't.
is awesome. But then, like, when you're referencing the claim that, well, it's particularly the case that Biden sent money overseas that is causing the inflation, well, the reason that this doesn't adequately account for the inflation that we observed was we also observed the same inflation northeast, southwest, Africa, Europe, Asia, Australia. Okay? Across the board, it was global point blank period. But I have a question for you.
Yep.
Do you know what the Budapest Memorandum is? Also, not to mention, majority of the funds out of the $107 billion that have been sent to Ukraine, vast majority of that has been in weapons. So I don't see how a couple $1 billion overseas is going to cause the prices of your groceries to astronomically increase.
Because it wasn't
But
just sent for
do you
the
know
war.
what the Budapest Memorandum is?
It wasn't just sent for the war. Do you know that? Right?
So that's false. It was sent for the war, yeah.
No, not all the money he sent overseas was for the war, is what I'm saying.
Oh, maybe there's other money to other places
Oh,
rather than
there's
Ukraine.
hundreds
like
of billions
like
of
funding
other
to Iran for humanitarian aid, $6 billion over there. But
So
that
you
was
can
just
point
released
out-
from one of
you
their
can-
offshore
you
bank
can
accounts
point
from
out
South
to
Korea.
all of the little
But real
things
quick, do you know what the
that fit
Budapest
your agenda.
Memorandum is?
I do not know.
So the Budapest Memorandum was a denuclearization agreement that we signed with Ukraine in 1994, basically saying if they give up their nukes, we'll defend them if they're invaded. It is the case that they gave up their nukes, and we're just upholding our end of that contractual agreement by now defending them when they've been invaded by Russia. Lorenzo, I appreciate you for the $1 on Venmo.
Okay, what's your question? I mean, I know you.
I mean, that explains why we've sent funding and weapons overseas.
to fit certain agendas, for certain rereasons, correct.
So what money did we send
not all money
overseas that-
sent over. So not all money sent over was for these few agendas that you've seen or that you've spoken about. Okay.
Oh, shit. Trump did get... Oh. Oh, shit. Trump got shot. Damn.
Want to take one guess on why that happened?
Damn, that's crazy. Guys, yeah, there's pictures. There's blood on his face. Looks like he got shot in the ear. Wow. Hey, anyways.
So I did want to point that out, and I know you were talking about the border crisis as well, and the other individual that had left. I will say this though, you kept bringing up January 2021, and I know you did talk a little bit for like 5 seconds from term to term, and you agreed that there was far less under Trump, right, than there was under the Biden-Harris administration. Why do you think that is? And it's a really.
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat that question?
Why do you think that there has been far more illegal border crossings under the Biden-Harris than there was under Trump?
So we could move and talk about the border, but I feel like we never really fleshed out your position on Trump here. Sorry, on Biden here causing inflation. So you're saying the money?
He was 100% the reason for inflation.
I don't think that Biden was any of
inflation.
the reason. This was global inflation that we saw all across the globe, and the U.S. has had one of the quickest rebounds from it. And you've been really incoherent trying to describe to me how he caused inflation. You said he sent money overseas. What money?
Shutting down pipelines also.
Okay, how did shutting down the Keystone XL pipeline cause inflation?
Is that a joke of a question or is that an actual question? Trump
It's an
was
actual
moving
question.
towards
It wasn't
being-
it wasn't in effect yet. It was in production, so it didn't affect the supply
Correct.
of oil. Thomas, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you for the love,
Keystone
Thomas.
wasn't the only.
So I just want to clarify.
Keystone
Here.
wasn't the
Just
only
want to clarify
pipeline
here
that
while you
was-
before you
that one
interrupt
wasn't in
me.
use.
So the Keystone XL pipeline, it was not in use. Okay. So it couldn't have impacted the cost of oil when he shut it down due to the fact that it didn't currently affect the supply chain, right? It's also the case that the U.S. is currently producing the most oil out of any country in the world that has or does exist. Also, I'm looking at the news, y'all. I'm seeing these pictures. Crazy. Holy shit.
So with that being said, there was not just one pipeline shut down. And
We're
yes, the
producing
Excel
more oil than any country in the world ever
correct.
has.
And but look at where it's actually going. Look at where it's going, please.
Wait, but I thought you just said that shutting down oil production in the U.S. led to inflation. But now
Shutting
you're saying
down-
we're
yeah,
producing
but
more
that's
now,
because
more than
you
we ever
interrupted.
have.
That's because you interrupted me. You shut down the XL pipeline, correct? You shut
Which
it
didn't
down.
currently produce oil, so it couldn't have
Which-
impacted the oil
correct.
supply.
But it's not the only one that was shut down.
What other ones were shut down?
So he tried shutting down. Well, I'm not even going to say try because I was actually on fracking. So shutting down fracking, shutting down drilling.
Yeah, give me the executive orders. Give me the policies. I'm so done. I want the executive orders. I want the policies.
It was an executive order.
Name it.
I don't have it off the top of my hand.
You don't have it because it's fucking bullshit.
It's not
we are
bullshit.
producing more
It's one of the
oil
first
right
things we
now.
signed in.
We are
It's one of the
producing.
first executive
We are
orders we
producing more oil right now
Correct.
than
Where's
any
it going?
country ever has been.
Correct. Where's it going?
Where's
They're
bro,
selling it,
dude?
They're
Please.
selling it and not to the American people.
Wait, but I thought you just said what caused inflation was a reduction in the
Correct.
production of oil
No,
at home
no,
here in America.
because if you wouldn't
But
have
how is it the
interrupted me,
case
I
that a
would have
reduction of the production of oil at
Because if
home
you
here in
wouldn't have
America
interrupted
could have
me-
caused inflation when we're currently producing more
interrupted me, I
so than
would
any
have
other
answered
country
your
that
question.
currently or has existed?
If you wouldn't have interrupted me, I would have answered your question.
Go for it.
Okay. Whenever you shut down a pipeline, okay, one thing could have been future oil for the Americans, for us, right? Not only did he not just shut down the XL pipelines, there were more ways in which he shut down offshore drilling, reduced by 50%. Onshore drilling or on land drilling, reduced by 50%. My point is
no.
For the first 2 years, yes. Actually, for the first 2 years,
We are making more oil now than we ever have.
Now.
I want you to show me that the reduction. I want you to show me that the reduction in oil production here at home in America during those first 2 years was caused by Biden. Name the executive order.
This will answer the question for you. If we are printing, I'm going to say printing, right? Because
No, name the executive order.
If we are actually producing more oil than we ever have, why in God's name do we have gas prices that have reached $5 a gallon under him?
Oh my God! Because
Please answer that.
Because we predominantly rely on imports because they're cheaper. Okay, and OPEC oil supply was decreased predominantly because we're no longer getting Russia's oil, and Trump broke a deal with Saudi Arabia to decrease supply. Okay, but now answer my question. Name the executive order. Name the bro. You are being a little shit. I've been asking you a question. Answer my question without pivoting. I'm asking you to name the executive order. You're pivoting towards why prices are high, and I answered your question. It's because we predominantly rely on imports from OPEC. Answer the fucking question. Name the executive order that Biden signed into law that decreased oil supply here at home in America. I'm not pivoting.
But you are pivoting. Because
name the executive order, you little fucking shit.
Again, if you want to have a conversation, let's
name the executive order, you piece of shit.
You want to have a conversation?
You have nothing.
You want to have a conversation?
Can you name the executive order?
Can you answer my question when I first came on? Can you do that for me? Or do you just want to continue to backpedal?
This isn't backpedaling.
It's backpedaling, kid.
1 second, buddy. So you particularly are making the claim that Biden caused inflation by reducing on
oil runs
Sir,
inflation.
Don't interrupt me.
I'll do what I want. It's a TikTok video.
Okay, then you're going on mute. You particularly made the claim that Biden caused inflation by reducing onshore and offshore oil production here at home in America. I think that you're lying, right? That's false. Biden didn't do that. So provide the executive order showing that Biden did do that. All right, I'm going to go ahead and give you one more chance. Guys, if this guy doesn't name the executive order, we're going to kick him, and I want the whole chat to laugh at him, including the Trump supporters. Trump supporters in the comment section, you could laugh at a fellow Trump supporter that can't provide their sources. Go ahead and name the executive order that shows Biden shut down on and offshore oil drilling here at home in America.
Prove to me that he didn't.
All right, buddy. Right.
Pussy.
You can't name the executive order. You're a piece of shit. Get the fuck off the live. Now, chat, let's laugh at him. Let's laugh at him. Let me see the laughing faces. Everyone laugh, including the Trump supporters down there. The Trump supporters, this could be our one meet in the middle of the aisle. This could be our one meet in the middle of the aisle. Let's go. James, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you so much. See, for that last guess, this is what happens when you can't justify your claims. Everyone's laughing at you, including the other Trump supporters. Amazing. This is beautiful. Look at that. Look at that. There's not one person not laughing in chat. Amazing. So we're going to go and take a look at the news here. Yeah, so Trump's not dead. I just want to put that out there. It looks like Trump got shot in the ear by someone at his rally. They missed. And while he was going off of the scene, he pumped his fist repeatedly and forcefully at the air towards the crowd as the supporters chanted USA. I'm not going to lie, that was pretty hard. So this guy gets shot in the ear, and then as the Secret Service is dragging him away, he's pumping his fist while the crowd is chanting USA. Okay. 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 We'll give Trump a very slight W there. Okay. All right. Okay. Still, don't fucking vote for him. Unfortunately hard, though. Okay? Unfortunately hard. Unfortunately patriotic. God damn. All right. Feel staged? No. Guys, let's not... Listen. What do I do on live every day? Chris, I appreciate you for the $1 on Venmo. What do I do on live every day? What I do on live every single day is I inspire critical thought. I inspire holding to beliefs with good reason. There's no evidence to suggest that there's any good reason that it was staged. Fight conspiracy theory. Don't concede to it. Another point. For everyone in the comment section being like, dang, it was so close. I get it. Trump's a piece of shit. Literally speaking, the state of the country, all things considered, would be better if he didn't win the 2024 election. But what we're going to do is we're going to win it fair and square. Okay? Something y'all hear me talking about every single day on live is Trump's denial of the 2020 election. And how bad that was for the state of our democracy because we didn't let our electoral and civil processes take their tide. If we don't want Trump in office, we got to vote him out. If we don't want to grape us in office, we got to change and amend our Constitution to not allow for that to occur. And we have to inspire critical thought to make people stigmatize that. We don't need to be celebrating someone getting shot. But we're gonna go ahead and do. We're gonna go ahead and do a restart on the live. We're gonna go ahead and do a restart on the live, ladies and gentlemen. Wait, real quick, is Parker live? Is that why the views decreased? That could be the case. No, Parker's not live. No, okay. All right, for the 1.8 thousand people in here, I'm going to go ahead and restart the stream. I'll be right back. I'll see you all soon. Make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen and sharing out this live to a couple friends. And then I'm going to start, sharing my thoughts. We might even be able to get a couple people up here to talk to. There we go. We got the main account in the box. All right, welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. So I actually wanted to host a special live specifically on this topic for one specific reason. First of all, to fill you all in with what's going on by the minute, I got my AP News updates on my computer screen in front of me. But I also wanted to address a lot of the responses that I've seen from a lot of you guys. So, as we all know, I'm a Biden supporter. I think that Trump poses a threat to the state of our democracy. We should absolutely, at all costs, keep that guy out of the Oval Office. But y'all, what are we doing? I'm seeing people celebrating this. I'm seeing people saying that they wish he would have been unalived. I'm seeing people saying that it was staged by the Republicans. I want to address those three claims. About the first claims, about a lot of you guys celebrating this, why do we condemn Trump for unilaterally rejecting the results of the 2020 election? So we condemn Trump for that reason, or sorry, for this specific thing, because it served as a tool to undermine our democracy. When Trump denied the election, Trump undermined the democracy. When Trump told Mike Pence not to certify the election results, Trump undermined our democracy. When Trump tried to go around our civil and electoral processes, he undermined our democracy. But what is this? Assassination attempts, right? This is an attempt to undermine our democracy. It's nothing that should be celebrated. So we need to hold the same standard for ourselves as we would hold to Trump. Absolutely, beyond a shadow of a doubt, should we keep this man out of the Oval Office. But we are going to keep Trump out of the Oval Office not by celebrating an attempted assassination, not by celebrating an attempt to undermine our civil and electoral processes, but by advocating for people to critically think and advocating for people to vote. So everyone celebrating, I'd highly implore you to reconsider. But I understand what you're saying here. Like, Trump spews hate. Trump puts the rights of others at risk. Every single thing is true. Absolutely. But we shouldn't be promoting gun violence and the undermining of our democracy at any cost, in any scenario. We need to get out there and vote. That's what we need to do, ladies and gentlemen. But anyways, just to go over kind of what the current updates on the situation is. So far, all right, this just in, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I appreciate all 1.2 thousand of y'all coming in here. We literally just started the stream, y'all. Make sure that we're double tapping the phone screen and sharing out. So it actually looks like he was hit in the ear, rushed off stage by his Secret Service, and took to a local medical facility. And he's been cleared. He's good. He's alive. Yeah, then as far as the people saying that it looks staged, I mean, I don't think that anyone has sufficient evidence to justify that it was staged. But it would definitely do a lot for Trump if it was. You know, like if that was staged by Trump, that would have done a lot for him. But we don't have any evidence that exists to suggest that. Right? We have no evidence that exists to suggest that. And as I speak on my live every single day about rejecting tinfoil hat syndrome, rejecting conspiracy theory, and trying to align yourself with a fact, this is another place where we should do that. We don't have any reason to believe that it was staged, and the same reason we don't have any reason to believe that E. Jean Carroll's a liar. Right? Conspiracy theories are wrong no matter who they're for, but it's definitely an interesting conspiracy theory. I will give y'all that. Sweet old America. A thought that I have is if that attempt was successful, what would that do for the nation? I think what it would do is it would make fascism incredibly popular. Trump is already treated as the monolith of the right. That is their supreme leader. He calls himself the chosen one. What would happen if he got taken out? Fascism would be ushered into our democracy by pure majority popularity. These MAGA individuals would be calling for someone to replace Trump. They would come in, they'd say, we need to wipe this out. This is terrible. We need to reinvigorate our democracy from the bottom up. They would usher in fascism, they would usher in fear-mongering, and it might even be a detriment, might be an end to the American democracy. So I think that there's some really good reasons why this attempt wasn't successful. apart from just, the loss of life, although that not be innocent. Don't advocate for the undermining of democracy. So anyways, I honestly just kind of wanted to come on live, hang out, talk about it. I think I'm ultimately going to try to usher back in the debates. So we're going to do that in a little bit. But before we do that, I just want to talk about it real quick. So just for everyone coming in here that isn't familiar, yes. So Trump was doing a rally in Pennsylvania. He was up on stage and someone took a shot at him with a pew-pew. It grazed his ear. Did hit him. It just grazed him. And that's all we know right now. We also know that he was, he's alive. He's not going to die. He was rushed to a medical facility. And he's being looked at by doctors right now. Another thing, right after he was shot, his, supporters in the stands were chanting USA while he was pumping his fist in the air. That's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. For everyone saying Harry is deleting tweets, what do you mean? Yeah, that's wild. That's wild. Yeah. I mean, hopefully we'll see a need for gun control. And then, another issue that I'm seeing right now is I think that the right is treating the left like a monolith. I was looking on Truth. I was looking on Twitter. I was even looking in, Harry's comment section. The right is treating the left like a monolith. I'm already seeing this growing narrative that this attempt at Trump's life was from the left. Biden hired someone to assassinate him. The DNC knew that they couldn't win. And this is somehow supported by everyone that isn't voting right. This is a fear-mongering technique, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to put that out there. That's a fear-mongering technique. Which, is just another way that fascism could be introduced statewide into our democracy. But yeah, I mean, I also, want to kind of go over another point here now that we have 1.5 thousand people in the live. For all my Biden supporters out there, all right, for everyone that isn't voting for Trump, that is celebrating it, making jokes about how it missed, saying that they wished it didn't miss, etc., don't give them ammunition. Because as soon as, you start celebrating this, as soon as you start wishing that they would have made more of a direct hit so it ended his life, you are giving the right the ammunition to make false conjecture-based claims that this was supported by the left. And that only fuels the fire, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you. Not to mention, it's hypocritical. We all have our qualms with Donald Trump for undermining our election in 2020. Erica, I appreciate you for the money gun, for attempting to circumnavigate around the electoral and the civil processes of the 2020 election for the intent to sway and steal it from Biden, right? We all have our qualms with that. But for the 2.1 thousand people in here, this is exactly what you are doing when you celebrate this attempted assassination. Because guess what? If this assassination was successful, our democracy is undermined. Right? We no longer are in a position where we are inspiring people to think critically to cast and vote in November. We are now in a position where we are subserviently disavowing and destroying one side of the equation. We live in a democracy, folks, and this is one of the biggest reasons I'm not voting for Trump, and this is one of the biggest reasons why none of us should be celebrating the attempt on his life. So I want to make that abundantly clear. I want to make that abundantly clear. Right? Undermining democracy is wrong in all scenarios. Obviously true. And this was an attempt to do just that. So this was wrong. Point blank period. I now see we have 3.2 thousand people up in the live, 3.3 now. For everyone tuning in, about 30 minutes ago, there was an attempt on Trump's life at one of his rallies in Pennsylvania. We had a gunman in the stands. They hit him. Trump was hit. He was hit in the ear, grazed him. And then his followers, his supporters, the crowd was spamming USA, USA, shouting it out loud. He was pumping his fist in the air while he was being dragged off the stage by a Secret Service. He was taken to a hospital. They checked him out. He's good. He's alive. And I predominantly came on live here not to only break that news, but also to go over what the fallout of this will be. Okay. First of all, I'm going to say it again. We should all condemn political violence. supporting this attempt on his life or saying that they, wish it was more of a direct hit. You support the undermining of our democracy. I don't care if you're a Biden supporter or a Trump supporter. I don't care. So let's get that out of the way. Political violence is bad. Second of all, what would happen? What would happen? I want to think about that. If that shot took him out, what would happen to the state of our world? What would get more popular in the context of the United States of America? Fascism. Fascism. What we would see from MAGA, what we would see from the right, who treats Mr. Donald Trump over here like a monolith, is we would see a need for a replacement. And we would see, these new virtues that all of a sudden would become so much more popular. They would no longer support these electoral processes because their candidate was unalived, and they'd blame it on the Democrats. So what they would support would be the introduction of a fascist, fear-mongering, far-right government into which they'd get by any means necessary. So there's one really good reason why this attempt wasn't successful. Possibly. One great reason why it's good that this attempt wasn't successful. I have a couple guest requests here. I'm going to go ahead and let a few up. We have 3.6 thousand people in here. Let's go ahead and see what a couple of the people in the chat have to say. Obviously, if you're MAGA, maybe hop in the queue. I want to get someone from the right's take on this. So yeah, and anyways, guys, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Make sure that we're sharing out that live. Let's go ahead and see what our first guest of the night has to say. Hop in the queue of your MAGA. Let's talk about it. All right, let's see what this person with a profile picture that looks like T-Mobile has to say. Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, sir.
You are a Trump supporter. How do you feel about the assassination attempt on his life?
I think he just won the election.
You think he just won an election?
Yep.
Great point. I think that, this could be addressed. I'm going to put you on mute just because you've got a little bit of an echo here. So, Mr. T-Mobile over here says that this probably won Trump the election. I think it will radicalize his support that he already has. That's what I think it'll do. I think that you are absolutely right in assuming that it will radicalize and reinvigorate the support that he already has. But if the support that he currently has isn't enough to win him the election, then this might not do much. Do you have any more thoughts here before I move on to the next guest?
Yeah, I don't think it's right to just pivot off of that into fascism after he nearly got his life taken.
Oh, are you accusing me of pivoting into fascism?
You did pivot into fascism.
Well, T-Mobile.
It's T-Mobile. Texas Tech, by the way. Texas Tech.
Texas Tech. Yep. I'm sorry, man. But it's true. That's the thing. You cannot deny the reality that if this attempt was successful, it would radicalize and reinvigorate MAGA ideology to a level unbeknownst to any of us here today, because luckily the attempt was unsuccessful. Dottie, I appreciate you for the money gun. I think that it absolutely would have turned into that. Good. I want to hear your response to that. I'm sorry that I'm muting you every time when I speak, by the way. You just got a little bit of an echo.
Oh, you're good. I think the number one reason we're lucky it wasn't successful is because no one lost their life today, not because of fascism.
I think there's a lot of good reasons why we're lucky it wasn't successful. We get a scapegoat fascism. We circumvent around the undermining of our democracy, and there was no political violence. Absolutely. I can't agree with you more, Robbie. I appreciate you for the hat of mustache. I don't think Mr. T-Mobile. I'm sure that you've probably heard this a lot from me. If you've watched my lives before. One of the big reasons why I don't support Trump is because of his denial of the 2020 election. All right? And the reason I don't support that is because that ushered in a threat to our democracy by trying to undermine our electoral and civil processes. But Mr. T-Mobile, that's exactly what this assassination attempt attempted to succeed. If Trump, had been unalive dead, that would have undermined our civil and electoral processes because the right to vote would have been taken from half of our population. I don't like Trump. I think there's a lot of bad things about him, but I sure do like democracy. And this was anti-democratic.
Yeah, exactly. And that's all I popped on here to say was that. And you can move on to your next guest, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, hey man, I appreciate you for coming up. We're just kind of like having a little bit of a live here, just talking about what just happened. For the 4,000 people in here, for those that don't know, there was an assassination attempt on Mr. Trump's life. It happened. And you know what? There's a couple other considerations that I wanted to bring up here. Do y'all think that the attempt on his life will inspire an incline or an increase in the support for gun control from the right? I mean, this isn't just an instance of gun violence. This is an instance of gun violence onto the monolith of the right, onto Mr. Trump. I think that it could. But I'm really interested. I want to keep bringing Trump supporters up here. I want to continue to talk. I want to continue to talk to a bunch of people here. I appreciate you, Maynards. Unfortunately not. Yeah, you guys are right. Maybe it won't. What's going on? Hey, are you a Trump supporter?
No, I am not. I am not a Trump supporter. I am a Democrat. I just wanted to come on here and say that I am mourning this because this is doing the exact thing that I feared would happen. That something would happen like this and that he would have this huge increase in pseudo-political sway because it would cause a living martyr to be created. A living martyr. That is what he is now to the opposition. Yeah. And that scares the shit out of me.
I know. Yeah, and this is honestly why I wanted to come on live and talk about it, because there is so many considerations to make here. This is so incredibly multifaceted. It's insane. On one hand, we have an act of deplorable political violence. Okay? On one hand, we have an act to undermine our democracy and circumnavigate around our civil and electoral processes by taking out a candidate before they vote in November. Mm-hmm. On another hand, what we have is now Trump will be an alive martyr, the symbol of the right, where everybody, right, as long as you're right leaning, you will now be bending the knee and circling around this man because of his new status as this alive martyr. Thank you for the Money Guns 2 Spheres. And what I think it will do, I think it will radicalize the already radical ideologies that they uphold.
Also, I do want to state real quick that I highly doubt that this was a hit put out by someone in power. I do believe that this was just a very radicalized, push to the end of their rope human being that's just scared for their family and other families like them. If it comes out that it's someone from my community, the LGBTQ community, or an ally associated with said community, it's going to be a huge loss for our rights as well. And it's gonna be a minor circle of hell.
Yeah. Hey, well, I appreciate you for coming up in here and sharing your thoughts.
Hey, thank you for letting me come on. Have a good evening.
You as well. I kind of want to give my thoughts on on what she had just shared. So on one hand, she's not wrong. For all my Trump supporters watching the live right now, unfortunately, she's not wrong. Let's apply a little bit of a critical thought to it for a minute. We don't want to make the villain a hero here, but it is true that absolutely 110%, thank you for the galaxy, that this will be used to promote violence. This will be used to further treat the left as a monolith. This will be used for further demonization of anyone who falls outside of this in-group. Right? 110%. But the individual that took that shot is a villain. Let's go ahead and see. Let's go ahead and see what our next guest has to say here. Still not voting Trump? None of us should vote Trump. No one in here. We are going to go ahead and grab our next guest in here right now, ladies and gentlemen. We're just kind of getting the thoughts, the consensus. Okay, let's go ahead and see. I would love to pull a Trump supporter up in here, guys. If you're MAGA, just let me know in the chat. I want to pull someone up that's MAGA. This person looks really MAGA. I want to get some. I want to get some crazy takes on this. Hey, what's going on?
Hello?
Are you MAGA?
No, I'm RFK, unfortunately.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm not running a debate live. What are your thoughts on this, man?
I think Trump just cut his cheek when his team covered him to make it look like he got shot.
Oh shit! Why do you believe this?
Because I've seen people in acting, because I've been in theater myself, cut their cheeks to make cuts, like to make a wound look real. I mean, why wouldn't you?
Okay, can I be honest with you, man?
Yeah.
So I sit up on this live every single day. I disavow tinfoil hat syndrome. I disavow conspiracy theories. Sir, that's a conspiracy theory.
Oh, probably.
Sir, you have tinfoil.
100% a conspiracy theory. But I wouldn't put it past Trump. I mean, it's been proven that if you're running and you survive getting shot, it really helps your numbers.
Yeah, I think someone died.
Yeah. Yes. A lot of people have died multiple times when people have been attacked with power in our country. There's people saying that the person who took the shot was a shitty shot Democrat, and I say no, it's a really good shot.
Yeah, listen. I understand like what you're saying here. Like there is like a lot of.
I also live 10 minutes from where this just happened, and he was in a pretty shitty area of Butler. Not gonna lie.
Okay, I just want to like clarify on a couple things here. So first of all, I do think that there actually will be a lot of like really positive outcomes of this for Trump. But like I don't think because of all the positive outcomes of this for Trump that this means that he like wanted to get shot.
No, I'm not saying he would want to get shot.
This was staged.
An entertainer who understands how to entertain people and knows that TV and presence to the country is completely different than a personal opinion or lifestyle. Why would you not?
Well, you're voting for RFK, right?
Yes.
Do you believe in the whole vaccines cause autism thing?
Well, we've changed the chemical compound for vaccinations twice from the 1980s, but no, it's not vaccinations that cause autism. It is mercury settling in the brain that is what he claims causes autism. But mercury can come from a billion things in our environment.
Okay, so yeah, you're an RFK supporter. I just have a very simple request from you. Become acquainted with reality.
All right. Do you own your own home?
Do I own my own home? I don't
Yes.
yet.
Do you have a full-time job?
I do. This is my full-time job.
Yeah, see, now I'm more acquainted with reality than you are. I own my own home and I have my own full-time job.
Wait, how so? You hold to like the most fringe conspiracy theories ever. Just because you're a homeowner doesn't mean that you're not
I entertain
delusional.
them just to fuck around with people, but my actual daytime job is taking care of autistic adults.
Wait, I'm so sorry. You should not be in a position where you're an active caretaker for particular individuals with mental disabilities when you hold to literal false narratives insofar as what causes said
Well, thank you for telling me all my medical certifications are worthless and I shouldn't be watching my
you
older
understand, like
brother,
this
but my
causes
parents are
like
dead.
legitimate harm, like medical malpractice due to a lack of like education, or
Yes.
more so medical malpractice due to holding to false beliefs, is incredibly prevalent historically speaking, and this is one instance of it.
Yeah, just like how everyone's
please,
put
if you're a
fluoride into your gum.
caretaker, like become educated.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you live the life you got to live. Were you born with an older brother with autism? Did your parents
actually,
both die of cancer before high school? Can your brother take care of himself? Can he wipe his own ass?
But
You
like,
prove my point,
well, the point
Live a
that I'm
real
making,
life.
the point that I'm making here is that you hold to fringe conspiracy theories. You think that like vaccines or mercury in the brain cause autism, while you are a caretaker for like grown adults with autism. Like, I mean, like this is medical malpractice. This could cause harm.
Well, we're not dumb. We've changed all the background studies and the people who've investigated all of our vaccines, and we've changed the chemical compound.
Lost the plot. Okay, well, we lost the plot. We're going to go back to talking about the topic. We came here. I pulled him up. He started giving me this fringe conspiracy theory that Trump planned it all. He wasn't actually shot. And then I asked him about other conspiracy theories that he might hold to. What's up, Dominic? How old are you, man?
What's up, man? Yeah, I'm in my late 30s.
You're late 30s. All right, well,
Yeah,
I'm on here today. Oh, go
Let's
ahead.
get something straight first off. We're not a democracy. We're a constitutional republic.
So, constitutional republic is a form of democracy.
No, it's not, because a democracy is a system of government where the majority gets to dictate how the rules are made.
So what you're describing...
If we were a democracy, we wouldn't have a electoral college that represents.
So what
the
you're
minority.
describing is called a direct democracy. So there's different forms of democracy. So like in a nutshell, so in a nutshell, democracy is essentially representation-based voting, right? Or representation-based change in legislation. Right, and under a direct democracy, what we would observe is like all constituents of said democracy voting in their own interests, voting for themselves, while in a constitutional republic, we see all constituents of a democracy are voting for individuals to represent their self-interests, are voting for individuals to represent themselves. So it's just a different form of a democracy.
Okay, so and then the other thing I want to get out of the way is, look, I was never a Trump supporter. Didn't vote for him the first time, but the more I hear white people tell me, a minority, how I should vote, the more
I'm here to talk about the assassination attempt.
Okay, so one...
You could come back on the fucking live another time, bro. Listen, I know that I come on here every day to debate. I do. I'm actually surprisingly not on live to debate right now. I want to talk about the assassination attempt. Right now, we have 4.5 thousand people in the live right now. I'm going to take advantage of this and share my thoughts with y'all. So, first of all, for all my Biden supporters, all my Democrats watching the live, I have seen an increase in the amount of people celebrating the assassination attempt. I've seen a lot of people wishing that it wasn't missed or speaking on it as if it was a positive. Okay? And that's false. We all know that what Donald Trump did in 2020 by denying to accept the outcome of the 2020 election posed a threat to our democracy for the reason that it circumnavigated around, thank you for the boxing gloves, it circumnavigated around our electoral and our civil processes. Okay? For my Trump supporters in here, you probably think that election was stolen. I'm here to tell you that this was a lie instilled in you by Donald Trump, and it is false. And that serves as a threat to our democracy. And that's wrong, because attempts to undermine our democracy yield very negative consequences. But the correlation here, thank you for the sunglasses, the correlation here is that this assassination attempt on his life also undermines our democracy. This assassination attempt on his life circumnavigates around the civil and electoral processes, and we should not be upholstering and something that could undermine our democracy, but we should rather just be instilling virtues of critical thought and advocating for people to vote in November. That's how we keep Donald Trump out of the White House. We do not keep him out of the White House by trying to kill him. Okay? So that's the fact. Andy, I appreciate you for the dinosaur. That's the truth. We do not keep Donald Trump out of the White House by trying to unalive him. We keep Donald Trump out of the White House by voting. Thank you for the money, Gamila. And another thing here, a growing conspiracy theory that it's staged, that this whole attempt on his life was staged. Real quick, before we go into that, I kind of want to give a quick recap for everyone that's tuning in that may not know what's going on. So about an hour ago at one of Trump's rallies in Pennsylvania, someone attempted to take his life. They ended up shooting him. It hit his ear. He was taken to a local hospital and he was cleared. He's alive. Okay. There's a backstory in a nutshell. But about everyone that's staged, we have no information to suggest that that's true. We have no reason to believe that the election was staged. And the same way, the right has no reason to believe the 2020 election was stolen. The left has no reason to believe that this attempt on Donald Trump's life was staged. This is a conspiracy theory, and the title of your party does not prevent you from engaging in conspiracy theories. I come on live every single day to promote critical thought. I come on live every single day to ask people, to plead for people to be rational. So, my fellow Biden supporters, engage in critical thought, be rational, don't assume it's conspiracy theory in the absence of good reason. But there's also people like Tanya down here. Now this is the next thing that I wanted to touch on. I'm gonna go ahead and kick myself just so I could pin her comment. Two Spheres, I appreciate you for the money gun. So we have Tanya down here saying Dems have lost their mind. And this is another unfortunate conclusion of this attempt on Donald Trump's life. All of a sudden, the left, or for fuck's sakes, anyone who falls outside of the in-group, that being MAGA supporters, is demonized now. If you don't support Trump, you are a demon and you've lost your mind because someone has made an attempt on his life. If you are voting for Biden, you're a piece of shit and you've absolutely lost it because someone took an attempt on Trump's life. Tanya, what we call this is you are taking everyone who disagrees with you, you are turning them into a monolith, and you are automatically assigning the guilt that we should on the shooter to them. Be rational. We're going to go and pull up another guest here. Let's see what Jacob has to say. Also, guys, do double tap on that phone screen. I'm going to go and pull up my main account. It's a guest again. Two Spheres, thank you so much for the money gun. Also, if you want to support the journalism, got my Venmo, my PayPal, and bio. Usually do debates, but today we're just kind of doing journalism. What's up, Jacob? How old are you, man?
How you doing, man? 26.
Hey, 26, awesome. So what's your thoughts on the assassination attempt on Trump's life?
Well, it kind of sucks that it happened. You know, I think it's pretty crazy that we're in a place where people think that that's necessary. But really, the only question I wanted to ask you is if you think Biden is at all at fault for the happening.
No. Lewis, thank you for the cap. So in the same way, I absolutely just grilled a conspiracy theory of the left, calling for it to be staged. Now we get to absolutely grill a conspiracy theory of the right, saying that it was caused by Biden. In the same way, I don't know where you politically align. I'm guessing you.
I'm not saying it was caused by Biden.
Well, go ahead and tell me what you're saying. I'll listen.
I'm just asking you if you think Biden is at all at fault for the happening.
No. Why would Biden be at fault?
Well, do you think that Trump was at all at fault for January 6th?
Yes.
So why do you feel like Biden is not at fault for the happening of
Spheres, I
the
appreciate
attempted assassination here?
So, thank you so much for the money gun, Spheres. I really appreciate you for the love. So I believe that Trump is at fault for what happened on January 6th because he sat in the Oval Office and he rejected the advice offered by his advisors, telling him to tell people not to riot until about 10 minutes prior, as well as he told Mike Pence not to certify the results of the 2020 election. And he was the one that originally inspired these virtues of distrust in our civil and electoral processes in tens of millions of American citizens, right? So we can show how Trump caused January 6th. There was a specific set of events that Trump engaged in that led to them raiding the Capitol building, right? He told them to fight like hell. He told them that the election was rigged, and he told Mike Pence to not certify the results of said election. So what is this series of events that Biden engaged in to cause the assassination attempt on Trump's life?
I think Biden has very strongly pushed the mindset that Trump is a liar, Trump is out to have a ton of personal gain from the election and take advantage of our United States. And Biden said himself that he would do anything possible to make sure that Trump does not win the election. And I think if we're going to say that Trump saying to march down to the Capitol and peacefully riot and protest is him encouraging people to completely attack the Capitol, then I think it would be reasonable to say that Biden also had some influence in the idea of doing
The attack
anything
on the Capitol was
possible to
based on a
stop
lie.
Trump.
The attack on the Capitol was based on a lie perpetuated by Trump. The attack on Trump is based upon him being a liar and him running for personal reasons and personal gain is true. See, we can't discount people for speaking on what is factual of the reality around them. And it is absolutely true, right, that it's the case that Trump is a liar and Trump would have a lot to personally gain from winning the election and he poses a threat to our democracy. But there's even maybe more clear difference we could point out here. I'm saying Trump caused the insurrection by telling people to go to the Capitol. So where did Biden cause the assassination attempt by telling people to go to his rally?
Well, he said he's going to do anything in his power to make sure Trump can't win the election. And I think that could very easily be taken out of context if Trump's words can be taken out of context all the same.
So you are now, what do you mean by
that's-
that? You're saying Trump's words are taken out of context? Okay, so you're saying that because Biden said that he was going to do anything in his power to stop him from winning, that this means that he caused the assassination attempt. I mean, so when we're talking about responsibility,
I already clarified.
when we're
I didn't
talking
say
about
that he
responsibility, no,
caused it.
why would we say that Biden would be like responsible for this? Okay, like I mean, first of all, doing anything in Biden's power is not inspiring others to do anything in their power. If you could
Okay,
show me a
telling
tweet where
people to
Biden came
go
out,
to
one
peacefully
second. If you could show me a tweet where Biden said go to his rally, then we would hold the same position. But in the same way, right, Trump told people to go to the Capitol. Where did Biden tell people to go to his rally?
Biden didn't tell people to go to his rally, but
So then how could he hold the same standard?
Trump didn't tell people to bust in windows and attack police.
Did Trump tell people to go to the Capitol?
Yeah, but he didn't tell
Okay.
people to attack police.
Okay.
So how can
Makes sense.
how can he be held at fault for people taking that too far and putting their own interpretation into it? But we're not going to hold that same standard to Biden, because what Biden could have done is tell people, even though Trump is a liar, we need to do this peacefully and responsibly, respectfully.
Oh, wait,
And-
that's been Biden's whole approach. The whole approach has been winning in November, casting a vote, not engaging in improper forms of civil disobedience.
But obviously, there are some left wing.
No. I want you to see. I want you to pull up a tweet from Biden where he encourages any types of violence, where he encourages any type of informal civil disobedience, where he encourages anything but obedience with, the electoral, like where there are civil and electoral processes. Can you provide me with that tweet?
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say you can or
can't.
cannot find a
But
tweet
what I
like
could
that.
provide you with is when
I
we're
guarantee
referencing
you
Trump.
could.
Trump told Mike Pence not to certify the results of the election. Trump inspired tens of millions of American voters to have virtues of distrust in our civil and electoral processes. And this is what I have to say to you, Jacob.
And that in itself is not a bad thing.
Of course, it's a bad thing to inspire tens of millions of American voters to not trust our
No,
civil
by
and
no means
electoral
is that
processes.
in itself a bad thing.
One second. Two Spheres, I appreciate you for the money gun. Of course, it's a bad thing to inspire tens of millions of American voters over the course of 4 years to have virtues of distrust in our civil and electoral processes on the basis of a lie that was disproven in 60 courts of law, including 17 courts with judges that he had appointed himself.
And that's, I mean, that's
Trump
fantastic.
told to the insurrectionists?
I don't know what you want me to say to that.
You know what Trump told to the insurrectionists? He told them to fight like hell. So what we're not going to do is take an attempt on a man's life and politicize it to demonize the people who disagree with you.
I'm not politicizing anything. I'm just simply
Yes, you were
asking
taking
for
an
your
attack
opinion
on Trump's
the matter.
life, and you're trying to conceive of an argument insofar as how Biden caused it. This is, this is
Okay, so
fear
I'm going to
mongering and
clarify for the
politicization
third time.
101.
I did not say Biden caused it. That's the third time I've clarified. I hope I wouldn't have to clarify that for
So
you
then, what
4
was your
times.
claim?
My question was, do you think Biden could at all be held at fault in any manner, whether it's just the idea he didn't do enough
Wait,
to,
can you
to
be held
prevent
at fault
something
for
like that?
can you be held at fault for an occurrence that you didn't cause?
I'm not saying hold him at fault in a legal sense.
Gail, I appreciate you for the You're Amazing. Can you be held at fault for something that you're not responsible for?
I'm asking you if he is
Can you be
at all
held at fault?
responsible for it.
Can you be held at fault for something that you're not responsible for?
I'm asking you if
The
he
answer
is
is
at all
no.
responsible for it.
Can you be responsible for something that you didn't cause?
No, the answer is you're
answer is
clearly
no.
misunderstanding me. I'm asking you if he's at all responsible for it.
I know, but you can't be held responsible for something that you didn't cause. If there's not like Spheres, I appreciate you for the rhythmic bears. So if there's not like a causal series of events that led from you doing something that caused a negative outcome, or caused, oh my God, 2 spheres with all the rhythmic bears. Thank you so much for the love. Then you can't be held responsible for it. Like you could,
So what
you
you're
could either be,
saying
you could
is-
be held responsible for something through action or inaction. And I don't think that we could point towards any
that's what
particular
I'm
action or
kind of
inaction
asking you about,
derivative
is
of
if he had
Biden
too
insofar
much
as why we had
inaction.
held him responsible for this.
I mean, all Biden talks about is Trump's a liar, Trump's a scam artist, he's convicted, and he's putting into the minds
Where's
of people
the lie?
that it's not whether or not it's a lie, dude. It's the fact that he's set.
So
he's
we're
making
saying
the
that. So we're
statement and
saying that
pushing the
Biden
idea.
caused. One second. You're saying that Biden is responsible for an assassination attempt on Trump's life because he
I didn't
reported
say
the
he was
objective facts.
responsible
No,
for
you
it.
want to know who's actually responsible for this? The sick and twisted gunman. And if you say anything else than that, you are politicizing an issue that ought not be politicized. You are
Really?
trying to
That's an
shift the
interesting-
blame
that's an
from
interesting
a
thought.
legitimate villain, the individual that pulled the trigger, onto Biden for political reasons. It's gross and it's disgusting.
That's interesting that you say that, because you said that the sick individuals who busted the windows of the Capitol and attacked police and tried to do harm to people, that's Trump's fault because he made
Trump
some
told him to
words about
fight like
protesting.
hell, dude. If Biden
Okay,
told
he
people to
didn't
go,
say
if
attack
Biden
people.
if Biden told supporters to go to Trump's rally and to fight like hell, Biden would be responsible. In the same way,
Okay,
Trump told
no,
his supporters
he-
to go
he
to the
didn't-
Capitol
he
and told them to
didn't
fight like
ask
hell.
people to
Trump was
attack
supporting.
anybody.
He told him to fight like hell, dude. I'm literally telling you, right? My separation here. So what I'd particularly call that on the end of Trump is negligence. So Trump told them to go to the Capitol and fight like hell. All right. This is why Trump was responsible for the insurrection. He didn't tell people to attack, but the fact is his actions were negligent and led to that outcome. Okay. And if Biden took the same course of actions, if he told his supporters to go to the rally and to fight like hell, we'd be assuming negligence for Biden, and we'd be assuming a fault for Biden.
Okay,
But
but
he didn't.
Biden is putting out the idea that Trump is trying to take away our government.
Wait, one second.
And
And if Trump merely put out the idea that we should question the results of this election, right? I wouldn't have blamed Trump for the insurrection, but he didn't merely put out an idea that we should question the results of an election. He put out
Yeah,
the idea
rightfully so.
that you should go to the Capitol and fight like hell. And he didn't question them. He denied them. He told Mike Pence not to certify the results.
And has Kamala Harris not said that we're going to fight like hell?
Has Kamala Harris? Oh, so there's a big difference between telling your supporters to
interesting.
rally, fight like hell at the ballot, and then Trump
Oh,
telling
that's
people to go to the
interesting.
Capitol and fight like hell because the election
That's
was stolen
interesting.
without any facts.
I don't see the difference. It sounded to me like you said the same words, used the same terms.
Okay, so where in the terminology did Biden tell his supporters to go to the rally?
I didn't say that he. I didn't
So
say.
then
that he said
why would he
that.
be responsible for something that happened at the rally? And how could you equate between this and Trump telling people to go to the Capitol?
I'm just.
No,
giving you the
Jacob. There's a
same-
really big difference there. Trump tells people to go to the Capitol and fight like hell. Biden tells people true facts about Trump. So do you have any more bullshit to spew at me?
So what you don't realize is I've made the same exact argument.
No, you have
and
not
then
made
you
the same
claim
argument.
that there's a difference.
So I'm going once again to point out the difference. The difference is Trump inspired his supporters to go to the Capitol and to quote unquote fight like hell on the basis of a lie. Biden tells his supporters true facts about Trump insofar as why you shouldn't vote for him, didn't tell them to go to the rally, and didn't tell them to fight like hell.
And
There's the
Biden's
differences.
association tells people to go into the street and fight like hell.
Yeah, where?
But that's we just came to the conclusion that Harris said this.
Wait, give me the quote.
You just provided the quote, dude.
I didn't provide you a quote from Harris.
You just said she was saying fight like hell in the context of where it's different than Trump
Oh, wait,
saying
no,
it.
no. You made the claim that Kamala Harris said fight like hell. I want the full quote.
You can Google it right now.
Google what specifically?
Google her saying that, and I guarantee you'll be able to find something.
Nothing popped up.
Well, you're gonna have to dig for it.
Oh, she said that she will fight like hell to get your freedom back.
Okay, so she's saying, look, hey, I'm going to fight like hell. How does that not portray the idea that, hey, we should fight like hell against this guy who's a liar, who's a scam artist, who's trying to take away our government? All I'm saying is the exact same argument.
Well, the difference here is she
used
said that
against
she would
Trump.
quote unquote fight like hell to get her power, to get your freedom back, and then he said go
Yeah.
to the Capitol and fight like hell.
Okay, so she's
Do I
trying
need to
push
point out the
idea-
differences for you?
Okay, so she's trying to push the idea that we don't have freedom or our freedom is in jeopardy.
It
So
is.
she's going to fight
I
like
mean, Roe
hell.
v. Wade got overturned because of the officials that Trump elected to the Supreme Court, infringing upon the freedoms of 170 million American women and girls in our country. Yes, those are freedoms in jeopardy.
Wonderful. But I would say there's plenty of other freedoms that have been in jeopardy, and it's due to the left. So when Trump says,
Like
let's
what?
fight like hell.
Like what?
Like the Second Amendment.
The Second Amendment, you know that
issue
Trump
that's
has
been going
one
on?
second. Second Amendment, that's right to own guns. So Trump passed one of the largest gun control bans in modern U.S. history. His bump stock ban and red flag laws, some of the biggest gun control legislation in modern U.S. history. That was passed by Trump.
Wonderful. I didn't say anything about gun control.
Well, how else would the left be infringing upon your right to own a gun?
There's been some political statements about taking away ARs. There's been political statements about certain types of...
No. You said the left took your rights away. Do political statements
I didn't
take
say
your
the
rights
left
away?
took my
Or does
rights away.
legislation take your rights away?
I didn't say the left took my rights away.
Yes, you did.
First of all,
You're not
I
gonna
didn't.
lie.
I said that the left was pursuing taking rights away, and then I referenced involving the Second Amendment.
Oh, so that's
I could
actually a
reference
lie.
Involving the freedom of
No,
speech.
so that's actually a
Look,
lie.
okay, you can call it a lie. My opinion on when the Second Amendment gets touched might be different than yours. I don't care what your opinion is on the matter. If I feel that the Second Amendment is in
No,
jeopardy,
here's the
or
fact
being
of the matter. Somehow we got on the Second Amendment. The fact is, I'm telling you the difference between how Trump is responsible for the insurrection, and that's true. Meanwhile, Biden is not responsible for Trump being shot. Like, you can't actually think that. Trump is responsible for the insurrection because, based upon a lie, he told people to go to the Capitol and fight like hell, and he told his vice president to not certify the results of the election, and all of his advisors, all of his cabinet, 40 of them ended up leaving because of his inaction prior to the insurrection. That happened while he was sitting in the White House. And your argument is Biden and Kamala said that they'd fight like hell for our freedoms, and therefore they caused this?
And they're pushing the idea that...
Laughable at best. We're going to go ahead and head over to Parker's Live, y'all. Guys, everyone, can I get a couple at Parker needs a job? At Parker needs a job in that comment section. We're going to go co-host with Parker for a little bit. Laughable at best. All right, let's go to... So for the 2.2 thousand people in here, we're actually going to go and continue these conversations, but we're just going to go and continue them over on at Parker Needs a Job. So everyone pull through. We're going to be co-hosting with him for a little bit, having some fun talking about these issues. So head over. Spam Dean Raid in the comment section. I'll see you all there. at Parker Needs a Job on TikTok. We're going to be co-hosting Debating Trump Supporters. See y'all there. Bye-bye.